the town council meeting, special meeting, but our regularly scheduled special meeting on February 17th, 2021, and I'm calling the meeting to order. May we get a roll call? Town Clerk Michelle?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Here.
Councilmember Goddard.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Here.
And Mayor Ackerman.
I'm here.
Thank you.
And now we'll move to the approval of agenda and affidavit of posting, which can also include any modifications we wish to make to the agenda. And I'll begin with a suggestion for a modification. If council members agree that we move item 4 off of the consent calendar and place it after item 7, which would be after both the temporary skate park items and the Cascade Drive item, because I believe there are probably people here for those items.
I had a sequence change as well. Sorry, my folder is a little mixed up at the moment. There's 3 items that are skate park related, but they're not totally in sequence. There's an oral update from Park and Rec that I think should follow the ordinance one. Just keep them all together since we're talking about the skate park. Let's just keep them all together.
Okay, those are 2 separate. That's the permanent skate park, and which I think was put at the end of the agenda just to make sure it wasn't confusing. But that's fine if people.
I mean, it should be quick. It's not even a full page, you know.
Yeah. And if the skate park advocates are present, then it makes sense not to have them wait to hear that update till the end of the meeting.
Thank
So
you.
So that would be 5, then 6, then 9, then 4, and then 7 and 8.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned that puts the item 4 very late in the evening, if we even get there. So just for consideration.
Well, we have a timeline with donated construction for the skate park. So, I mean, I'm not concerned about, are you talking about monolot?
No, I'm talking about number 4 off of consent.
Oh, yeah, we need to get to that.
So how about if we say that after items 5 and 6, after the consent calendar, and then items 5 and 6, that we'll evaluate whether we can continue with item 9 and then item 7 before we get to item 4, or whether we need to rearrange the order. Because I do agree item 4 should be discussed tonight, whereas the Cascade Drive questionnaire, it would be really great to discuss it tonight, and we probably have people here for it, but we'll just have to see whether we are going to make it through all of these items.
Do you want to talk about number 4 first?
We could. There are probably people here for all of these, item 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah.
I'd be happy to cover that first in the regular agenda.
Okay.
You want to make a motion, Chance?
Sure. Mayor, do you still want to reconvene after item 6 to determine where we're at?
We can reconvene at any time. We can discuss.
Okay. So then I'll just make a motion to pull item 4 from consent and move that right before item 5 in the regular agenda, and move item 9 after item 6 in the regular agenda and before item 7.
I'll second that.
Okay, I'll just take a roll call vote on that. Councilmember Kohler?
Yes, the only concern I want to express is I think there are people here for Cascade Drive who've been waiting for months, and I'm kind of concerned that they're going to be waiting a long time.
That was my concern originally as well, but do we want to amend the motion before we vote or continue?
Well,
I'm committed to getting to it. I mean, I want to get to it.
okay. fine. Aye.
And I'm fine with, you know, not pushing 9 out if, let's just get started.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes,
and I'll vote yes as well. So we will, and that vote, I believe, was also an approval of the affidavit of posting. So we're good on that. Okay, and we did just complete a closed session with public comment before it. The closed session resulted in no action, no direction to staff. And the land acknowledgement. Vice Mayor Hellman, would you like to read the acknowledgement tonight?
oh, sure, thank you. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people, present day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging.
Thank you. Okay, so briefly, the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. I won't say to turn off phones because we might be on phones to be on this call. The town council will review the agenda at around 10 p.m. to ascertain which items might be continued to another meeting, and we'll do another review if we get to 11:30 p.m. to consider possibly possibly continuing items to an adjourned or the next council meeting. Okay, so the next item would be the consent calendar. We have removed item 4 from the consent calendar. And so we have 3 items on the consent calendar. I'm sorry, I'm completely spacing. We don't get a staff report on those. They're written in the packet. Councilmember Goddard.
Yeah, I just had a question or looking for a little more explanation about number 3 on consent. So, so this is the only one of our committees that we have actually 1 primary and 2 alternates, and that's on MIRA, or the Marin Emergency Radio Authority for folks who are listening in. So I'm noticing that all 3 positions in the past have all been held by our police personnel. And I'm just wondering, having seen that there are other cities that have different representation, if there were a council member that might want to serve as one of the alternates, is that something that we want to take up as a council? I think we've had that as a precedent. I was it David Weinsoff who served as one of the alternates. So I'm just thinking that that might make sense, just to have a little more connectivity with council to MIRA. And yet the technicality of it, I think we definitely need to have law enforcement on, represented.
That's the primaries. Yeah.
That's a great suggestion.
Yeah, and I mentioned this to Garrett before the meeting, but I would be interested in being the alternate and still having someone from PD be the primary. So I just want to let council and the public know that.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, there's an alternate and then there's a secondary alternate. Are you expressing requests for the secondary alternate, or so they're not 2 alternates. One is the primary alternate, or maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
Yes,
And one is a second.
So I think the question is, were you looking for the first alternate or the second alternate?
I'd be happy to be the first alternate.
Okay, and usually so right now we're proposing to have William Cade as the first alternate, who's actually our only African American, I believe it now, on our police force. And it seems to me that just because Sergeant Cade works nights and Interim Chief Tabaranza works mostly days or into the night, it might be better for you to choose the second alternate, which currently the proposal is Christopher Moran. It is pretty technical stuff. I worked on the campaign some. So just a thought to throw out there.
Yeah, I think the thinking is, in my discussion with Garrett, that being the second alternate, there's almost no need to have a second alternate. That person would do nothing. So it'd sort of be meaningless to be the second alternate in that way. And then the other thing is multiple other council members and actually members of the public in other municipalities are on this committee. And so, you know, I'm willing and up to the task. And I think being a part of this ad hoc committee around, you know, emergency response and stuff like that, I'm interested in that topic. And so I want to better understand that and help communicate to the public what's going on with regard to that.
Garrett, do you have any input on this, and have, in particular, do you think that the police department personnel would be able to work well with this arrangement?
Well, generally with Mira, you know, I think there's maybe a couple electeds, there's public works directors, I think there's fire chiefs or selected representatives. To the extent the chief can't make it, I think the benefit of having the sergeant do it is they see each other, they interact, the chief can give them direction. And so that seemed to work well. But it is true, if you're the second alternate, you may very rarely ever attend a meeting. If you're the first alternate, you may attend more. Obviously, then there's going to be some coordination because you're going to have to interact more with the chief to mainly understand what the key things are. I mean, typically, you know, key decision points the chief always goes to. Some of the other things, maybe not so much. But that being said, if the council wants to have Councilmember Cotrano as the first alternate, that's fine by us.
So how does that work in terms of making that as a motion as part of consent?
Well, after you take public comment, all you have to do is adopt a resolution and just put in, just amend it to add Councilmember Cotrano as the alternate. That would be the second, section 2.
And is there a way to ensure that Sergeant Cade can remain the second alternate if you'd want to? Just curious.
Oh, yeah, we'll just move them down. I don't know why that'd be a big deal. So you're right, we'd have to change that. We would have to change that too, and that probably makes more sense than having the reserve officer do it.
Okay. So I think we could go to public comment at this point and see if any of that, any public comment affects this. It would be great. I would love to hear from Interim Chief Tabaranza or Sergeant Cade, somebody from the PD, to just see whether they think this is a workable arrangement, which of the two possibilities. I would love to see chance for you to be either the first or the second alternate. I hear that you would like to be the first alternate, but that's my only hesitation, is just to make sure that that seems like it would work just in terms of the communication among the first alternate and the primary. But let's go to public comment if council is done with any questions about the consent calendar. So this will be public comment on the items on the consent calendar, of which there are 3: approving the minutes and scheduling the March 17th meeting, which would be 2 joint special study sessions, and then this item on the Mara appointment. Michelle, if you will open up for public comment, please.
Yes, Mayor. If anybody would like to make a comment on any of those three items, could you please raise your hand on Zoom, or you could call in and press *9. I don't see any raised hands at this time.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council.
Mr. Mayor, may I add one thing, that there was a supplement issued on number 1, item 1?
Yes, yes, there was a correction to the minutes. I saw that and I agree. I'd noted that correction as well, but didn't get back to you on it. So thank you for that. Okay. Do we have a motion on the possible change from the staff report on the mayor appointment?
I can make a motion.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So I would move to approve consent calendars items number 1 with the supplement included, number 2, and number 3 with Chance Catrano serving as the appointed first alternate, and that would be then Sergeant Cade serving as the second alternate should he choose to accept that appointment. And number 4 has been moved to the regular agenda.
Okay. Do we have a second on that?
Unmute. I second.
The second, okay. Roll call vote, please. Then, Michelle.
Yes. Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Cutrano,
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
and Mayor Ackerman.
Yes. Okay,
aye.
congratulations, Chance. Okay, so now we will go to item 4, which has been removed from consent, so that's a separate item. And Garrett, can you begin with the staff report on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So yes, the item before you is adopt a resolution approving a side letter to amend the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with the Fairfax Police Officers Association, which is FPOA, for a period of, to amend the MOU. The current MOU is dated July 1, 2018 through June 30, 2021, and it would amend it for 1 year. So the new deadline would be June 30, 2022. So I think at this item, I just want to provide a little more background based on the emails I know the council and staff has received regarding this item. So yes, so the current MOU is with FPOA is slated to expire June 30, 2021. So in terms of the process, FPOA actually met with myself, the town manager, at the end of January to talk about their unilateral proactive desire to perhaps just have the MOU automatically extend for a 12-month period. And so what happened is I actually said, that sounds like a good idea. They went back to their membership, took a vote, and gave us a letter dated February 11th, 2020, that indicates that that's what they'd like, to see an automatic extension of the MOU for 1 year with no other changes, meaning no other changes to compensation levels. So in terms of timing, this is the first meeting for the council to even consider that letter. And normally those type of letters would be considered as a side letter. But more importantly, as clarification, the current MOU, section 20A, actually says the MOU will automatically renew for 1 year unless either party notifies the other in writing that it would like to begin negotiations. And that's 120 days prior to the end of the MOU. So 120 days from June 30 is actually March 2nd. So that's a couple weeks from now. But I think it's just important to know that if the FPOA didn't do anything and didn't request anything, then it would have automatically renewed anyway. But more importantly, I think it was important to recognize that the MOU was being proactive and expressing a willingness to be help the town given COVID-19, given any financial challenges we may face and other things going on with the town, that they really wanted to be proactive and let people know and the community know that they were willing to do this. So maybe as a little more clarification is typically in an MOU process, if a bargaining group, and MOUs are only for represented bargaining groups, like managers aren't represented, so there is no MOU. So police officers and some of our miscellaneous employees like Public Works, they're represented by bargaining groups. So the Police Officers Association, in a typical year, they would send us a letter in December saying they'd like to open the MOU for discussions. Then we go into discussions, we'd hold closed sessions, talk to the council, get direction, and anything changes to MOU will be approved in open session. So that's just a little background how that normally works. Now, it's been pointed out to me, maybe another clarification I need to point out is attached to the staff report is the current MOU. And attached to the current MOU is an amendment that the council approved in April 2020. So a little less than a year ago, but last year, the council approved an amendment to the existing MOU. That amendment, we also refer to as a side letter. The reason we used a side letter was because we thought it was easier to show what all the specific changes to the MOU, as opposed to just restating and preparing a restated and amended MOU and just have it all in one document. That's why we prepared a side letter amendment back in April 2020. So what this side letter is, not to be confused, whatever the council approved in 2020 is the automatic extension for a 12-month period that would occur normally automatically on March 2nd. So I just wanted to provide that clarification in case people are thinking that side letter that was attached was a new side letter, and it's not. It's from April 2020. This side letter just extends the MOU with any amendments for another 12-month period. So the staff report also tries to point out that extending the MOU doesn't preclude any of the efforts of the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee, the ResJ, or its police subcommittee. Those groups need to do what those groups are going to do. Presumably, those groups will have recommendations to the council that the council would then consider. At that time, presumably the council would want some type of staff analysis of what this means for the town, whether it affects the MOU, whether it's more of a management issue and it's more a budgetary service level, because those are different things, not part of the MOU. And really what we're saying, what I was trying to point out in the staff report is the committees can do their work. This doesn't stop them from doing anything. Ultimately, the council will have to decide what it wants to do regarding those recommendations, whatever it is. And if the council chooses a certain recommendation after the analysis, then we'll decide what needs to be done at that time. I think all of this is going to take a while. So I think extending the MOU just as a matter of course wouldn't affect it anyway, because it's going to take a while. But I want to be clear, it's not a barrier for whatever is going to come from the recommendations of the ResJ or the PD subcommittee. So with that's pretty much the staff report. Sorry, I was just trying to provide additional clarification out there that maybe wasn't in there, because I know there was concerns expressed for the community. So with that, available for any questions.
Yeah, unless council members have any questions, I actually would like to read a brief statement at the just for my own clarification, but let me go to questions first. Councilmember Goddard.
Thank you, Mayor. Garrett, so just so I understand, so if the police, the PPPSA gets together and decides that they want to make some recommendations after their next meeting, would those recommendations, and if those recommendations affected any of the MOU, which we are being asked to extend, would that be able to come forth in some kind of a negotiation or, formal conversation with the police prior to the end of the year? and the end of the extended MOU.
Sure. Just to restate the question, if I
Thank you.
understand correctly,
Thank you.
is if you get a recommendation, a series of recommendations, and you want to implement some recommendation, we would, yes, depending on what they are, if it was determined it actually affected the MOU, then yes, then we would open up discussions and negotiations with the Officers Association related to whatever that may be. But it's also true that maybe whatever you adopt has no impact, in which case then we wouldn't open negotiations because there's no impact to them, or they would not have that authority related to whatever that issue is.
It would really, can we talk through, like, do we want to open this up? Is this a question time or is this,
That was a question.
okay? Because I think, am I on mute? I think that was very hypothetical, right? But there's a lot of different ways should a program or a pilot opportunity be proposed out of the PPPSA. There's a lot of different ways it could play out from a budget perspective. So I don't think we should assume that, you know, it would affect the MOU. And we had some conversations around that, right? So maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. If it's a pilot, maybe we could, you know, so we
No,
should
that's-
provide some transparency around that so it doesn't create sensitivity that, you know, in 2 months, you know, we're going to open up this MOU possibly.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Yes, you're correct. I meant to point out that budget and service levels, depending on whatever you do, depending on whatever that is, you can fund it out of other resources. You don't have to say it's going to come out of the police budget or it's going to come out of the recreation budget or wherever. Those are issues that you can decide at that time what the funding source will be for that specific service. You may ask staff for recommendations of how we would do that, but ultimately, yes, you would decide that at that time. It doesn't have to come out of the police budget per se, if that's, you know, if that helps in terms of clarification.
If I could ask a quick question as well. I'm curious, some members of the public, Garrett, have reached out and asked for this item to be brought back at another future meeting to give the ResJ and the PIPSA, the Policing Practices and Alternative Subcommittee, you know, they want to talk about, like, if they wanted to provide recommendations or give comments or something. Based on the current timeline, as you've talked about it, it sounds like it would automatically renew before even the next council meeting, correct? And so even if one of these groups wanted to provide comments and we didn't decide on this tonight, it would automatically renew for a year, correct?
So that is correct, but as clarification, what's before you is just the automatic extension. What's not before you is negotiations on anything that's already been approved in the MOU. So I think it'd be clear, there's one thing if the ResJ or the PD subcommittee just wanted staff to talk about the MOU and just how it works and what's in it. It's another thing if they wanted to recommend actual changes to the MOU, because really all we're talking about is the automatic extension. We're not talking about or asking to negotiate changing any of the compensation at this
Correct.
time. So I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, and if they, and this is just a quick follow-up, sorry, Vice Mayor, if they did have more substantial comments, either way, regardless of the decision tonight, whether to extend it formally through this resolution or whether to let the extension just roll over, those substantial comments may or may not, depending on what they are, and if council were to approve them, they would result in they could result in a negotiation even before next June, which is the end of the 1 year extension, right?
Yes, if I understand the question correctly, if it's, can you open negotiations on the MOU prior to next June? Absolutely.
To sort of summarize, there's
Isn't
no,
it next January or February? If we extend it for a year, doesn't it go through the end of December at least? It's not next June.
No, yeah, if you extend it for a year, the automatic extension is from the end of the anniversary date. So it goes from July 1 to June 30. So that's how
Thank
it gets extended for the 1 year.
Thank you.
what I'm hearing, and this is really an important point from all these questions, that there isn't any date that we are now unable to act before that date because of accepting this automatic extension. There's nothing different about the next few days versus the next few months as far as being able to, if we were to get recommendations from the PPPSA, go through the council, listen to the public, do the analysis, and then we needed to open the MOU to negotiate something, there's nothing that says there's a date that we have to wait for before we can open that. We can do it anytime.
That's right.
That's correct. Now, you got to remember, process-wise, is we ask to talk and we talk.
Right.
So, but it is a negotiation. It's, to be clear, it's not like you can unilaterally say we're just doing this without, in good faith, talking about it.
All right. Thank you. If we don't have any more council questions, but if we do, let's ask them. And I actually have some thoughts I was thinking I would read, but maybe that's more appropriate to read when we get to after the public comment, where we're not doing questions, but I think the public might be helped by it. In any case, it sounds like we have more questions. Stephanie, I think you had your hand up. And then Jen.
Well, I guess it's important for me to share at this point, because we heard a lot from the community related to, timing, and I think, also related to Councilmember Cutrano's comment about, our next council meeting timing, and, the next Res J meeting is March 4th, right? So I think, the PD subcommittee, your input is incredibly valuable. And I think we do, I think it was Renee, Councilmember Goddard's feedback. I do think we have some work to do as far as establishing roles on that committee and really understanding what your role is with regard to this. And we have a lot of milestones ahead of us, including the hiring of the chief. That's coming up. So I would really like to avoid these, these inflammations, if you will, and get into a rhythm of working together as peacefully as possible. And there's nothing, there's nothing bad happening here. There's a renewal taking place. I personally think it's very fair of the POA, and I'm sorry that we didn't get to have to collect feedback from the Res J. We can certainly talk about it at the next meeting, but there's opportunity to open it up at any time if and when proposals come forward for any programs, for alternatives programs with regard to public safety. So from my point of view, it's really not so very controversial, and I really hope we can work together, like I said, and know what these benchmark dates are ahead of us, so we can communicate it and collect feedback and ahead of time moving forward.
Thank you.
Can I just mention one thing?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really a question, it's a comment before we go to public comment. I think when Garrett used the term proactive, that really doesn't display what the Fairfax Police Officers Association did. They took the opportunity to let us know that they didn't need to. They could have just automatically extended that. They understand where we're at financially. They understand the concerns about police in Fairfax. And they took the opportunity to send a letter saying no raises, no changes. And I want to emphasize that I believe most of us were endorsed by the AFL-CIO. I come from a labor family, a longtime labor family, and this is about labor negotiations. So it really troubles me that we're talking about breaking up a labor agreement that already existed, that was subject to negotiations with labor. And really what this is they didn't need to do anything. It just could have continued, but they wanted to show us that they're with us and they understand the difficulty at this time. And I think there's kind of a lack of appreciation for the hard work of the POA, regardless of your feelings, but the hard work that they've continued to work during COVID. And they continue, despite a lot of criticism, to just do the work for us and be there 24/7. I will also say that we did receive emails from some advocates which are not supportive of our police. But I'll also say that I talk to a lot of folks in this community who don't speak up, sometimes speak up at council meetings, and who are very supportive of our police. So let's kind of thank the POA for being willing to not ask for more money. From my understanding, they're about the lowest paid of any police department in the county. And because they are standing with us during these difficult times, let's appreciate that. And let's not turn this into something negative when these terms were already negotiated as part of a labor bargaining agreement. So I stand with labor, as most of you do. And I understand we're going to hear from the public, but I really think we need to step back a little bit and realize these guys are, and I thank them for standing up with us.
Okay. Chance, I think you had,
Yeah, this is still the question time, correct?
yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, just confirming that. Yeah, I just had one more question for Garrett. And I think this, my understanding of the question time is that this helps us give information to the public as they prepare for public comment. And so this question is related to the timing that these types of discussions typically happen. And I was wondering, is it typical that like the POA and our labor negotiator, our town manager, interact in January, or what's the typical timeline where those processes start to take place? Just because some members of the public have reached out to us asking about that timeline. So I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
So
The typical situation where there might be an actual negotiation that would happen. Yeah.
So typically, the association would send us a letter, say in December, or maybe as late as January, saying they like to meet and negotiate, the MOU, which typically has to do with compensation. And I will say that other than once you negotiate something, that pretty much every opportunity, there's usually that level of discussion. So it's fairly rare, unless it's in really hard times, that a bargaining group will just come right out and say, okay, now hear this, we understand town's challenges and situations. And so we're not going to ask for anything for, the next 12 months. So that's not particularly that common, especially when it's, obviously there's challenges, but it's not clear, just, it's not clear what's going to be happening, but that's pretty uncommon. And I think that's why I thought it was important to recognize that they're reaching out and doing this, and to recognize that that's something that they were willing to do.
Okay, prior to public comment, I would like to say that in reiterating what Councilmember Catrano said, my questioning or any of our questioning in the questioning portion of taking up an item is to respond to questions that we've heard from the public, and not to form some kind of opinion or represent something that is, with judgment or without expression of gratitude. So I would rather that instead of being put into a place where we're being told that we're not being supportive, but I would rather see the question period as an opportunity to vocalize what it is that the community has asked of us, so that after we hear the public comment, we can come back and have a full, sort of a more full-bodied opportunity to communicate to both labor and to the public and to one another. So I'd rather see these items go that way if we could, Mayor, because that felt, all due respect, Barbara, that felt as though there was a big shutdown and a misunderstanding of the question that I asked, meaning no disrespect to the POA. So thank you for hearing me out.
Well, I understand, and we did get some of these comments and this sometimes happens in council discussions, that we start to hear opinions as well as questions at this point. But at this point, I'm just going to ask, are there any more questions that we have for clarification, in particular clarification that would help the public? And if not, we can go to public comment, and then we'll return and we can talk about what we do next. And I haven't spoken yet, so I will speak as well. But I've been Councilmember Goddard. I have been also feeling like it's not time to talk about our thoughts. It's time to just ask questions. Any other questions? Okay. Madam Clerk, if you would, sometimes I call you Michelle, sometimes Madam Clerk. This time I'm going to say, Madam Clerk, would you please open the public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So if people would like to make a comment, please raise your hand now on Zoom. I don't see any hands raised. I see one. Or if you're calling in, you press *9 to raise your telephone hand. So the first speaker is Naomi Alessandra, and the second speaker is a call-in listener whose number ends in 160. Naomi, I've unmuted you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Mhm.
Great. Council and staff, thank you so much for being there tonight. And thanks, as always, for your commitment to Fairfax. My strong feeling about this is that the decision should be postponed to a near future meeting to allow time for the PPPSA subcommittee of the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee to have an opportunity to review the MOU and the side letter, engage in dialogue and discovery with staff and interim police chief Tabaranza, and then make clear recommendations to council. It's essential that all police business should be considered through the lens of racial equity in our town, and to move forward with an approval of extension without input from the PPPSA is problematic. I understand that there's a 120-day amendment period in place from the POA and that we may be pushing up against that. However, it's critically important that this side letter be reviewed by those we have entrusted in our community to consider police practices and public safety alternatives through a racial justice lens, without stamping its approval because of a time crunch. While Town Manager Toy assures us that this does not preclude the work of the PPPSA, still, it's frankly easy to assume that once the MOU is extended and finalized, any substantive changes to police practices or budgets within the next year would likely be more difficult. I'm very much in support of labor and understand the critical importance of collective bargaining. So I do appreciate the POA for bringing this up before council when they did not have to. However, that is irrelevant if there is not time for key stakeholders in the community to weigh in. Therefore, I recommend that council solicit an extension of the amendment period from the POA in order to offer time for the PPPSA to review. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is the telephone caller whose number ends in 160, followed by Mimi Newton. Telephone caller, you're unmuted. You may have to unmute yourself. You can do that with *6.
There we go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jason Menkler, and I want to talk about a dog park. The Fairfax baseball field is closed to its
Jason,
residents.
this is
What?
actually comment on the item that we're looking at,
Oh,
which is regarding the MOU. So, and this particular meeting is a special meeting, and we actually don't have a general comment period on items not on the agenda. So I'm sorry, the dog park isn't on the agenda. You are more than welcome to email us at any time, and you can also attend the meetings that are the first Wednesday of the month where we do have public comment on items not on the agenda. So thank
Okay,
you.
sorry.
Thank you, Jason.
So the next speaker is Mimi Newton, followed by Brian Poindexter. Mimi?
Hi, Council. Thank you for taking the time to deliberate on these important issues. I just wanted to call in and express my sincere support for the Police Officers Association and not unnecessarily delaying the work that you have in front of you with respect to hiring a permanent chief in order to wait for the policing subcommittee to take some actions. And so I encourage you to be very conscious of the messages that we're sending to our police department and our officers, and ensuring that we are valuing their contributions. I mean, we've got such an incredible police force in this town, and I don't want to undermine the support we provide to them by delaying the actions on the hiring and permanent decision making. Those are my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, Mimi.
The next speaker is Brian Poindexter, followed by Deborah Benson. Brian, you're unmuted.
Hi, Town Council. Good evening. I appreciate the discussion before this item and the call for some amount of reasonableness. And I think one thing that I'd request in the future when we're talking about any matter related to the police, and it feels like this is something that has been expressed at several Town Council comments, is that we don't end up seeing these items go onto consent calendars. Even if it feels like something that's routine course of business, it creates this sense that we have to kind of watch or hawk over the process, and that there's an attempt to execute things related to the police that don't happen in a transparent manner. So I think that's one step, in addition to having a list of milestones coming out to the future that could help to ease the sense of hostility or inflammation that's coming up afterwards. Because from my side of the table, it seems it's very easy to get inflamed when it seems like things are trying to be done in a covert way without public discussion. That's something that always starts to rile me up. And I know that that's true for other folks as well. I do really hope that in the future, the PPPSA subcommittee will be represented in conversations if they're about negotiations with the police. And I think that's just, there are many reasons for that. One is just a matter of practicality. I'd like the folks who are making recommendations about how policing is executed in this town to be really informed about all aspects of negotiations and contracting, staffing levels. So it seems like that representation is really, really important. just so that we end up with really good recommendations, a quality of recommendations from that subcommittee. I hear the points also about the police having, the FPOA having brought this issue to council and the appreciation for that. And I think what I'd also like to see is more proactiveness and integration between matters that are coming up on town council agendas and the agendas from ResJ and PPPSA. It's surprising to me that it required the police FPOA bringing this issue to the fore for it to even have been considered, rather than just automatically getting rolled over for another year, given the amount of attention that we've asked for from this issue. So I'd just like for all of the town council members, ResJ committee members, PPPSA folks, to make sure that they know what milestones are coming up, so that rather than the FPOA being the proactive party, that we are the proactive parties. And that if there's going to be a matter of police importance discussed at council, that there's some integration with the agenda setting for those committees, ResJ committee, PPPSA committee, that makes sure that the right conversations are happening in those places prior to reaching town council. I think those things will reduce some of the sense of inflammation that comes up in these discussions. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Richard Applebaum. Deborah, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Deborah Benson. I want to express my my avid support of our Fairfax police. I have lived here for 30 years, nearly, and have always had good experience with our police. We have a model police department. I read in an AP article recently that it's been discovered that having a police team with diverse police team helps to create better community policing. We have one of the most diverse teams there is. As far as ResJ committees or other committees being involved in micromanaging the negotiations between the town and the unions, I could see us getting nowhere. There is an annual budget workshop that's open to the public, which goes into great detail on how the money is spent. I want to thank our Police Officers Association for the gift that they have offered. And I as well would like to see, us continuing on the smooth path that we have before us, with a great police department, with continuity in Rico Tabaranzo being interim chief. I would like to see his appointment as chief happen sooner rather than later. And, you know, whatever recommendations the committees have to making changes need to happen over time. We have something that works now. If there are some things that don't work, and these committees come up with recommendations, they come before the council discusses, the public has input, and the council votes, and it's a long process. So I think that the police have been under a lot of a critical lens in the past year, and a lot of stress. And I think we owe them a really big vote of thanks for the work that they do for our town, especially during this COVID crisis. So that's all I have to say, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, David.
The next speaker is Richard Applebaum, and there is not a hand after Richard. Oh, never mind, there is, followed by Joe McGarry. So Richard, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. You know, I feel like we're at a kind of a new and critical moment in Fairfax, and this has been building since a variety of meetings and the different voices that are being expressed. And I feel like we're in a growth moment, and there's still tension, and I feel this kind of awkward bifurcation. And I think there's a lot of misunderstandings about certain intentions and where people are coming from. And with all due respect to Deborah, who said, the process is working, but it's not working for everyone. And things happened in the last year, and Fairfax is not immune from the national stage. And there's been a raising of consciousness in our town, and there are people that are trying to look at things with fresh eyes and in new ways. And it's oversimplified when people come in and say, I love our police, and great our police, and we have the best police. And it's not exactly really what's afoot right now. And so on this matter at hand and what you're kind of making decisions on tonight, I 1,000% support everything that Naomi spoke. She said so eloquently, and I don't need to repeat all of that. And I appreciate council doing their best to try to, stay in the process and be fair. And I know that Councilmember Kohler is very, proactive with the police and calling out union negotiate. I mean, my grandparents were union organized in the garment district in 1920, so I understand labor very well. But we also know that police are not making minimum wage, and these are well-paid people. And so I don't think I feel like it's a little bit inflammatory to get into, well, we have the lowest paid in county, and that's not what's going on right now. There's not an attack on our police department and our policing. And everyone's not trying to kill our 24/7 dispatch and stuff. There's dialogue, new conversations, there's fresh perspectives. There may be some wonderful ideas that are going to come out of that subcommittee. And I would just ask everyone to just take it back, try to listen a little bit more, and let's try to be a little more cooperative as a town and not already like stake out sides and already think we know what everybody wants, and they're against us. And I think that we're going to have a good police force here, and maybe we'll have some really good new ideas and some good, maybe there's some reallocation of funds, maybe there isn't. But right now we're just trying to analyze it and have some conversation. And so I support this coming about in our town, and let's all just try to work together as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
The next speaker is Joe McGarry, followed by Veronica Garrix. Joe, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Michelle, and good evening, council. Everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I in hearing everything that's gone on tonight, and thank you for all the discussion already amongst council and the questions. I kind of am going back to the last PPP essay. I'm going to follow Chance's lead and call it the PIPSA. And Lisa Jimenez's comments around the issue of policing, and that there is charge to it right now, and discussions around it are going to be difficult. But to move forward, we need trust. That's the elixir, is trust. And much as Brian said, that when police items like a contract are put into consent calendars and not given the opportunity to breathe and have dialogue, that doesn't build trust. It feels like things are trying to be fast-tracked without input. We took the town of Fairfax has acknowledged the relationship of racism and policing and formed the PIPSA. And I just think it's critical that they be a part of this process. And we missed a monumental opportunity to build a foundation of trust. I heard January 11th, I think was when the first call came to speak with the POA. And man, we could have rung the bell for the PIPSA right then and brought them on board and started explaining what the MOU is, and it could have been done, and had them provide input and ask questions and really build the foundation of trust. And so I think we still have that opportunity. And much like Naomi said, I think seeking an extension of the 120-day amendment period so that the PIPSA can have some time and take a look and be taken through the MOU and ask questions, make recommendations, bring it to council, and have this be a foundational moment for this subcommittee to do this important work that we all acknowledge is completely necessary in these times. And so I ask that it be put off for the future, and we try and get the PIPSA involved and move forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. The next speaker is Veronica Garrett, followed by Jane Richardson Mack. Veronica, you're unmuted.
Thanks, Michelle, and I appreciate that you're saying my name correctly. Thanks for remembering. Hi, Council, members of the public.
Hello, Veronica.
Thank you very much for that question period ahead of the public comment. That was very informative, and I really appreciate the ways in which those questions, some of them were crafted, indeed to very wisely give answers to some of the concerns and questions that I voiced in an email, and I know others voiced within emails. And I, as a member of the PIPSA subcommittee, I do not speak on behalf of the subcommittee, that is for sure. But as a member of that subcommittee, certainly feel eager to be folded in more, eager to be, you know, I am, and I believe most of us are really in deep, and we have a lot of work ahead of us and could really use more guidance and support rather than feeling like we have to be reactive to items related to policing, and would welcome that from Mayor Ackerman as previous chair of the PIPSA subcommittee, and Councilmember Hellman as well on the ResJ committee, to, as much as you can as liaisons between the council and those committees, keep us abreast when things pop up on the agenda that have to do with racial equity or policing. And second, that call to please not have anything put on the consent agenda around policing, to indeed build that sense of trust. I feel very intimidated at the idea as a member of the PIPSA subcommittee of reviewing the MOU and making any recommendations, and yet realize that that's our task. The time crunch feels like a lot of pressure, and yet as a precedent, would love to see that as an opportunity for council to support and lift us up, and to really encourage the critical thinking that we have available, rather than kind of assume that we don't want to engage or talk about it or not give us the opportunity. So would just welcome that invitation, both on behalf of the town manager and on behalf of council in general. And want to also lift up that request that if there are any timeline related issues arising with policing, that we can get notified of them as soon as possible on the subcommittee. That feels like I'll certainly bring that up in our next meeting to ask that as an agenda item, to request that from you, Garrett. I really appreciate the time that you continue to put into giving us information. Thank you very much for listening, and just honoring that sentiment that Lisa brought up in our last PIPSA subcommittee, that this is really tender work and it takes a lot of courage to engage with. And I'm grateful for everybody who holds that courage. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica.
The next speaker is Jane Richardson Mack, followed by Patrice. Jane, you're unmuted.
Oops. Good evening. Thank you for having this conversation. And I would like to say that John Romaitis would like to speak after me. It gets confusing sometimes, so I don't know if that's okay or not, but I thought I'd say that from the get-go. I want to completely put my weight and heart and soul and everything I have that's positive behind the police department. I feel like our chief was sort of I don't know, disparaged and run out of town in a not very flattering way. We have the gold standard of a police department. Fairfax isn't a hotbed of racist activity and dreadful things happening. We got swept up in this national movement, and somehow a light got shined on Fairfax. And I mean, I'm sorry, but it seems to me like there's too much emphasis put on on activism, trying to like make us be better than anybody. We can do this and we can do that. We're already better. We had a great police department. We don't have a lot of problems, and I don't think we ever would. I feel like the regular hardworking people of Fairfax who have jobs and can't spend a lot of time being part of all of this are not being heard. Barbara Kohler mentioned she's heard from people. I know a great many people who support the police department. We're not a really loud vocal group, a few of us are, but I think this is creating a sense of distrust for the regular normal people, just the regular public, not the activists, not the ones who are trying to change the world to be a better place. Not to say that positive change can't take place, but we don't need to go overboard. And as they say, throw the baby out with the bathwater. It feels like there's micromanaging going on by, don't mean to be respectful. I respect the work they're doing by ResJ and others. It's going too far in that direction. Those voices, it's a small vocal group. They're very loud, very passionate. And unfortunately, I think they're causing an imbalance in things. And it sounds like an attack on the rest of us, as if we are all, because we're primarily white people who live here in homes that were, racist to the bone, and we somehow need to apologize for owning homes that we work hard to pay for and live in. We're not, this isn't Belvedere. It's, there's a lot of just hardworking people. I don't think it's a good idea to take sides, and somehow it feels like we're being pitted against each other. You're either for the people who want to reorganize the police department without any experience, just passion. I say, please, let them continue. We can have your voices heard, but we don't need to block out and get rid of the police department. Thank you.
So John, are you?
Oh, sorry, whoops. I'm sorry, John is next.
Good evening, council members, mayor, vice mayor. Thank you for being here and listening to the public. I don't have notes, so I'm just kind of riffing here. So I've heard something about acknowledgement of racism in policing, and I don't know if that was specific to Fairfax. I will say that, so John Romatis, resident of Fairfax, 49 Madrone Road. I support the police. I haven't always. I grew up in San Francisco, and I have my issues, but the police in San Francisco, in Fairfax, there's really like, what are we talking about here? Is there is this the worst police force in the nation? No, we have one of the, I think we have one of the greatest, kind of police forces out there. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know. I just kind of feel like there's a lot of hating on the police, and we're talking about an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, and the ResJ committee, I don't think should be involved in that sort of a thing. It's like, this is a negotiation between our town and the police force. And we have the ResJ committee, who are kind of, I guess, appointed. What are their expertise, right? Should they have a say in how we, discuss negotiations with our police force? I don't think so. Anyways, just that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Patrice, followed by Jim Hill. Patrice, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me now, council members?
Yes. Hello, Patrice.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. So this is Patrice Bryan. I'm a member of both the ResJ and the PIPSA, I hear we're now calling it. I feel very uncomfortable with either group getting in the way of proceeding with this MOU for a few reasons. A lot of people from the community have spoken tonight as if that were our charter or our mandate. We were kind of thrown a mulligan in the last meeting when it was brought up that we might be involved in this process. And as an African-American who has lived all over the world, I'm an Air Force brat, I moved every 3 years. I have never seen a police department this passionate, this into community policing, or this diverse. Truth be told, the police department of Fairfax is much more diverse than either the ResJ committee or the PIPSA. And it worries me that a group of not diverse people who, to the last speaker's comment, have no experience with hiring police departments should get involved. This is an extension for 1 year. Perhaps after 1 year, we'll be better placed to make that decision, but it's actually paining me that people think we have goals that are written out to make a decision such as this when we've never been charged with it. We don't have experience with it, and we've got a great police force that I don't know how many of you have had experience with them, but I've actually had to call the police 4 times in my short 2.5-year tenure in Fairfax as an African-American woman for my safety. They do a great job. They are not the racist police that I've dealt with across the country. And I think we would be remiss to try and put a committee's creation in front of moving ahead with the MOU. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice.
The next speaker is Jim Hill, followed by Frank Edgar. Jim, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Very good. I wanted to speak on the Canyon Road striping project, if I might.
That actually is on the agenda, but that will be, let me see, that's a couple of items down from where we are now. We'll be talking about the skate park, 2 items on that, and then we'll be getting to this is the Cascade Drive, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, I thought this was just open time.
No, that's what we call item 7.
Sorry about that. Okay.
All right. See you later, Jim.
Okay. Next.
The next speaker is Frank Edgar, and there is nobody after Frank. You're unmuted now, Frank.
Thank you. Frank Edgar, 13 Meadow Way here in Fairfax. The Fairfax Police Department has been supported by a majority of Fairfax's 7,500 residents through their continued support of funding with a tax increase. During these tough financial times for all public agencies, not just Fairfax, it is rare that the largest department in town volunteers to take no raise or increase in benefits to assist the community in keeping our whole services, that's fire, parks, streets, planning, etc. This offer by the Police Association, the POA, is helping us keep our town together. The Myers-Milius-Brown Act allows labor contract negotiations between the town's departments and the town's negotiator. And those have been going on for a couple of months. If there are those in the community who do not believe Fairfax needs an independent standalone police department and keeping the police station open 24/7, that is their right to speak. If they think changes need to be made, they can make those comments at any time. I have always supported keeping our own police department and independent PD and have fought consolidation. I've done battle with Fairfax Town Council over keeping our own standalone police department over the years. It's some of this stuff has been pretty crazy, but we've kept our own police department, and I urge you to approve the MOU this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
I do not see any more hands raised, Mr. Mayor. If you want to close the public comment.
Okay, we will bring it back to council, then close the public comment. So now would be the point at which council members can discuss it more than just asking questions. I think those questions did sound like they were helpful to the public. They were certainly helpful to me. And now we've heard a variety of comments. I wouldn't mind being able to speak for a minute because So if you don't mind, I will do that. And I actually had some things written here, but I'm not going to read them because we've already been through a lot of questions and we're sort of farther along in the discussion. But first of all, I would like to say, and for those of you who don't know, I'm the council representative. Stephanie and I are council representatives on the Res Day. I'm the council representative on the PPPSA, which I'm not going to call PIPSA just yet, but maybe I could get used to it. And I believe it is really a committee that is coming together. We are developing trust and respect for each other. We are expecting in the next meeting, we've actually agendized it and we've worked hard on questions to lead up to this. So the next meeting will be our first meeting with Interim Police Chief and Lieutenant Rico Tabaranza, that's slated to be mostly a get to know each other type session, mostly the committee getting to know Interim Police Chief Tabaranza, because he's had a chance to watch our meetings, but the people in the meetings haven't had a chance to talk with him. So that's the next step. And that goes along with our general direction that we are all in agreement with that. And it's been said tonight that building trust is really important. This is difficult and kind of complicated work. We are in a period of a social movement, actually multiple social movements. I'm not going to wax eloquent on what that is or wax in any direction, but there's major stuff shifting in our society and in our thoughts, and there's work to be done. But it's delicate, difficult work, and we all have to internalize that work. So building trust among all of us is really key. And I think we're doing that. I think we're going to continue to do that. And I look forward to the continuation of this process. My concern, if we were to, and I've heard some people say that we should somehow try to get a delay so that we can immediately shift over to the committee looking at the MOU. My concern with that would be, irrespective of how we would get that delay or how long it would be or how the POA would react, since the POA has given us this generous, I think, offer, which I appreciate very much, how the POA would react if we basically said, no, actually, we want to do something completely different. My concern would be that the process, which I believe is going well on the PPPSA, be derailed by stopping in the midst of where we are right now, where we're about to meet with our chief and start having dialogue, which I think is very important, that process be suddenly thrown into a different process of looking at the MOU. And I think that would be not helpful. And I don't think it's necessary, because per the questions that we all asked earlier, I feel that it seems pretty clear that there is nothing time critical about the fact that we might tonight, and I would recommend tonight, that we approve this extension of the MOU with thanks to the POA, and then continue with our work and when we are at the point where recommendations are coming out, and certainly they will be taken seriously. I want to apologize for myself and on behalf of the town for the snafu that we find ourselves in this week. We've gotten emails and we've had people quite concerned. I will say that we have a norm on the ResJ to ask and not assume. And that norm, some people were asking, some people were assuming. But in any case, my apologies to the people who felt blindsided by this. Just pointing out the date, that it was February 11th that we had our last PPPSA meeting. That was the date that Garrett received the letter from the POA. So I would not have not told you about it had I known about it, but I didn't know about it. So here we are. And I really want to try to, and I want to support the calls going forward for us to get clear on what the timelines are. And I'm committed to doing that. So Stephanie and I will keep that information flowing to both the ResJ and the PPPSA and try to avoid surprises like this for any of us in the future. And I think I'll leave it at that. In general, I think this is good news. I think the timing is right. It avoids us getting into a negotiation right now. And but I'll listen to other council members' comments before we continue. Stephanie, yes. You're muted.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciated those comments. So as I am trying to organize my thoughts, I see them in sort of two different areas. One is in the area of trust and transparency and our commitment to the overall community and the trust that we're building as a committee, as a ResJ committee, and your PPPSA subcommittee in particular. And then what I see as the work of the subcommittee, and so I'll talk about that second. So as far as trust and transparency, I too would appreciate moving forward anything related to, police department, not having that on the consent, because I think it's of, paramount importance to the community. And in fairness to staff, I think, our meetings go long, and my sense is this item in particular, as I've stated earlier, is not perceived to be particularly controversial. Had we not done anything, it would have auto-renewed. But I think it went on consent because, we try to keep our meetings not to go till 2 a.m. We've made a concerted effort to do that. So, but I'm in favor of committing to that. And so I'd like to hear from everybody on that tonight. And I would also like to commit to, or I'd like to ask staff to provide us with a list of the milestones. So we know those and we can plan for those. And that way it'll give us some confidence and some breathing room. And as we agenda plan, because we're always in the mode of agenda planning, both for council and for our ResJ and our subcommittee meetings. So those two items, I think, will go a long way from a trust and transparency standpoint. And then on what I would refer to the work of the subcommittee, and now I'm going to kind of go back to, the summertime with all of the, the national movement, the local movement that we had, all of the amazing community members that came forward to form ResJ and the subcommittee in particular, all the thought leadership that went into that. There's this national landscape of what's happening with police reform, right? And there's all this ideation happening, and there's a lot of programs being stood up. And I know that there's a lot of excitement around that. And some of it will maybe in mind for Fairfax, and some of it's not. I don't know. I'm not active in some of the groups that are thinking about that. But what you need to do from a business standpoint is understand the data of what's happening locally in Fairfax. And I know that there's a lot of data out there on a national basis, but we're just rolling up our sleeves now on what our police statistics mean? Where are the opportunities, right? And that's step one, because if you're going to bring along the community in a proposal, you have to make a case for it. Okay, so we can have all these ideas of what we want, but you have to make a case for it that's based on data. And so that's why this MOU doesn't offend me, because you're not going to be ready in 3 months' time. You're just not. I know how to stand up programs, and you're not going to be ready in 3 months' time. You're not going to be, you may be ready in 6 months' time. But we've been working on this skate park, which is nowhere near what you're going to have to do to get this community ready for an alternative police model. So I'm just throwing that out there for you to just plant the seed of what work will need to go into place to get yourselves prepared from a business case standpoint to stand up a program for PPPSA, even if it's a pilot. And that this is my opinion, but I wanted to share my thought on that. So, and if I'm wrong and you can be ready in 3 to 6 months' time, great. We've already discussed how this MOU won't get in the way. And that's another reason why I'm comfortable with supporting it. Because I support the PPPSA and I support the work, and I want to be thinking outside the box. And I also support our police department. I don't think they're mutually exclusive, personally. So I've said my piece. Thank you for all your comment this evening. I'm saying that to the community.
Thank you, Stephanie. Comments from council members? If there aren't any further, there's no further discussion, we could take a motion.
I would be happy to make that motion, Mayor, if you're ready for it.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like Renee has a comment.
Okay.
Yeah, I was actually waiting and trying to.
Oh, okay.
In line, but I suppose I'll speak and I'll be brief. I took very seriously and to heart the emails that were sent to us, and spent a long time digging to try and understand where some of the glitches in communication may have come that led to some really strong assertions and some real anger at this process. I think that I was able to untangle it enough to where I could speak to Garrett, and I very appreciate the way Garrett took this on and really brought back what I thought was an excellent explanation of the process and the history, and made it clear that that MOU was approved last April. And from there, we are experiencing the real generosity of the Fairfax Police Officers Association in basically just saying, hey, we're with you. You know, we're here, we're hearing you, we want to work with you, and we're in this together. And so in listening to everyone tonight, I kept feeling like, and I think Richard Applebaum said something about, you know, forgive me if it wasn't you, but someone was talking about pitting one side against the other. And I think that that's not going to lead us to anything that even resembles positive change. I think that the change that's been talked about in looking at new models, some of the energy and the new ideas require us to open our minds and to think far more inclusively of newer experiences that we may not have even ever heard of before in Fairfax. So what I care about here is that this isn't us against them at all. And that the FPOA hears my appreciation for their offering, and that the community hears that my commitment is that there become a clear path forward where new ideas can be brought forth, and that the police can participate in what it's going to take to make positive change. And some of those changes need to be entertained. So it's my great hope that we can have a really solid orientation for the PPPSA, hear perspectives, hear people's vision for what that committee is and can be, and that we can get some clarity in the community and come out stronger. Change is inevitable, and some of those changes are long overdue. And I think we can do it really productively and together, and stop this idea that there's either support the police or defund the police, because it hasn't gotten us anywhere. And I really believe we can go forward really in a positive footprint for real change for everyone. So, sorry, that was longer than I thought.
Well, that was fine. Eloquent as always. Thank you. Chance.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I want to thank my colleagues on the council for their eloquent words. Yeah, one of the commenters said something that I just wanted to address because it helps me figure out how to structure how I've come to my decision. Someone mentioned that, we don't want to go overboard on positive change, or we can, people want to push us to be better, but too much too fast is hard. And while I respect that sentiment about moving too quickly on certain things can be hard, I think racial equity, like climate change, like affordable housing, these are super hard issues. These are very tough issues. And I think we can be better. We can always strive to be better, and we must. And that's true for us as individuals. That's true for how we approach public safety. That was one of the greatest conversations I had with former Chief Morin last summer in the midst of a lot of discussions about the budget. That's where we left it. We both concluded that we can always be better. We can always do better. And I think that's true as a council too. So I just wanted to say to the public who sent us a lot about putting PD stuff on consent, like Vice Mayor Hellman, I want to just say we hear you, and we're taking that call very seriously, because these are sensitive times and sensitive items. And the same is true with how we approach these subcommittees. I know there are a lot of different opinions about what the ResJ's charge is, what the PIPSA charge is, or the mandate is. And I think we should be empowering our citizens that step up to support our council and our community. And we don't want to set those folks up to fail. You can't make recommendations about things you don't know about. And that's not just true for these committees, that's true for the Climate Action Committee. I mean, y'all wouldn't be as effective if you didn't know how our electric grid works or anything like that. Same is true for open space. I wouldn't have been as effective if I didn't know where our town-owned parcels were, in our open space parcels were. I think some of that stuff is critical for citizens that step up on these committees. So moving forward, I really hope that my colleagues will take that seriously, because that's been a call to all of us that we've received, not just in this meeting, but on emails as well. The two things that seem most critical for me, the one is, if we delayed this, it's going to lapse over anyway, and it'll renew automatically for a year. The other piece is for ResJ members and PIPSA members and members of the public and activists who are concerned about the extension of an MOU, it's been hopefully clear or clarified tonight from staff that this doesn't appear to affect the ability to bring recommendations forward to council and to discuss with PD and attempt to collaborate on interesting solutions, as Councilmember Goddard had just alluded to in terms of that sort of cooperation and collaboration. And so with those two things in mind, it seems to me that it makes sense to move forward tonight. And I do want to thank and honor the fact that the POA has been proactive about this, especially given the current financial state and social sensitivity around policing issues. So I just want to thank the public. I hope you feel heard, and I want to thank my colleagues again, and staff, and the POA. Thanks.
Thank you. So with that, I'll go ahead and make the motion, and I want to thank everybody who spoke up tonight, including my fellow colleagues on the council. But my motion would be to adopt the resolution approving the side letter to amend the Memorandum of Understanding MOU with the Fairfax Police Officers Association, FPOA, for the period July 1, 2018 through June 30th, 2021.
I'll second.
We have a motion, Kohler, and a second, Goddard. And with that, we'll go to a vote. I'll go ahead and take the vote this time. So Councilmember Catrano.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Councilmember Goddard.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Okay, thank you all. That was, I think we all got some information. I hope the community is satisfied with this information, and that we will go forward more carefully about making sure that these surprises don't happen. Okay, it almost feels like it would be time for a break, but maybe not quite. Let's tackle the next agenda item. And that will be, there are two related agenda items here, but we take them one at a time. The first one is item 5, to consider the creation of the temporary skate park. There's actually something later on the agenda, just a status update on the consideration of a more permanent skate park. But just to keep them clear, we're talking here about the temporary skate park. So Garrett, would you like to begin with a staff report?
Sure. So, you may recall that this first was brought to you at your January 20th meeting with the residents petition. From that meeting, you talked about it, and you actually signed Vice Mayor Hellman and Councilmember Catrano to work with the petitioners to identify a temporary location for a skate scooter park, and that the matter would actually be brought back to this evening's agenda for consideration by the council. At your February 3rd meeting, Vice Mayor Hellman and Councilmember Catrano did provide an update, indicated that the preferred temporary location was the western portion of what we refer to as Pavilion parking lot, or the Bank Street parking lot. So again, the two assigned council members and the assigned council member and the vice mayor are currently still working with the group. The group would like to make a PowerPoint presentation to the council. But before we do that, I thought it might be important for staff to just point out some of the key issues we like to council to think about and provide us direction on if you believe that's appropriate. And it is bulleted out in the staff report, but one we wanted to point out, mission for the park, temporary skate park, is in essence the same area, except it's slightly expanded to include the compost bin. Access to the sand bin would remain. And from our perspective, what would happen is during the rainy season, we keep the sand. At the end of rainy season, we take out the sand, we replace it with compost. I believe that we receive compost deliveries 4 times a year. So we can easily then schedule that so it doesn't conflict with, oops. Is that me echoing?
Something weird happened. I heard that as well, but it sounds better now. So,
okay, you know what? Sorry, I'm gonna put my headphones on. Maybe that helps.
Yeah, it sounded like a feedback.
Sorry. Okay. Apologize for that. I mean, I have 2 computers on, so maybe something happened with that. Okay. So the other thing I think we pointed out, the resident group will be responsible for designing, constructing the elements. The town will actually contract with a master contractor to do that work. Design, it's always subject to change, but it'll stay within that footprint within the temporary park as we discussed. Now, the park is temporary. Vice Mayor Hellman and Councilmember Catrano were suggesting a 12-month operational period. What that would mean is the park would remain temporary for 12 months from, and we'll talk more about this in a second, from the effective date of the ordinance to allow a skate park. So it would go 12 months from the effective date, which could be as soon as April. So it'd be April to April 2020. Thought pattern for a 12-month operational period is because of the capital investment needed to put in this temporary park. I think the group will probably touch on that, but I know, I've heard a number of 30,000 maybe for materials, and then obviously another cost for the volunteer labor. What we're suggesting is the council actually have a check-in in month 6 to see how things are going. You could have more periodic check-ins. When you check in at any time, if the council wanted to extend the operational period, it could. Now, there are other ways to approach that, and Council Member Catrano or Vice Mayor Hellman may suggest that, but you could do something different where you make the operational period longer, but you make it subject to council approval in order to make it longer. But you could talk about that later. Also, I think I pointed out that in order to allow a skate park there, that you need to amend some town ordinances. One is to make it clear you can use that portion of the parking lot. 2 is under government code, California code, we are required to adopt certain provisions in our local ordinance to make sure the town maximizes its immunity to certain liability claims. And so that's what's the next item on the agenda. Should you decide to actually designate a temporary park, then you would have the ordinance that would give you the flexibility to do that this evening. However, no skateboarding would be allowed until the ordinance takes effect. So most likely the earliest that'd be early April, but they can begin construction during that time frame. We did attach some sample rules and regulations. The ordinance that you'll be considered later this evening lets you set rules and regulations by resolution, but we attached it here in case the council had any questions or comments related to some of the rules and regulations. Some things are, we're only allowing the uses for non-motorized skateboards, scooters, inline skates or roller skates. Hours of operation right now, as proposed, is 9 a.m. to sunset. Helmets and pads are required. Users who violate this could be subject to site violation. And we're saying any child under the age of 12 will have to be accompanied by an adult. We'll have all the appropriate signage. One thing to keep in mind is the town does intend to respond to complaints, and we are required to monitor the park to enforce the rules and regulations. So that's just something to keep in mind, that we're going to monitor and enforce rules and regulations. We're just not going to ignore the use of the park. So with that, I think I added there's no cost to the town's liability coverage. So with that, unless Vice Mayor Hellman or Councilmember Catrano want to comment, we have a PowerPoint presentation by the group, but that concludes the staff report.
Okay. Thank you. So Stephanie, would you want to add anything to that by way of the sort of staff report or report?
I think I'll wait till we hear from the public.
Okay, just in terms of information, questions, anybody have any questions about this? And then Garrett, do you think we should go to the PowerPoint first, or would we go to comment first?
I think I will let the group make their presentation. But is that Andrea going to do that, or is it someone else? If they raise their hand. Oh, Stephen. Okay. So Michelle, do you see Stephen as the attendee?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put their PowerPoint presentation on the screen. And Stephen, when you see it and talked about, just let me know when you want me to advance the slide.
All right, and I've unmuted Stephen.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Stephen.
All right, fantastic. All right, so thank you for the time to speak and give you this presentation. This is our update and our ask. You can move on to the next slide. So, I guess before I start, I just want to say thank you to the town council and everyone who's participating in this meeting. We couldn't do it without everyone's involvement, and we're very thankful to you guys. So where we are right now with the skate park is we have the temporary concept completed, and some of the youth have been involved in that. We have the supplies and the cost of materials identified. We've done lots of walkthroughs, public works, lots of different meetings to identify the location and all that. And currently we have over $12,000 raised on our GoFundMe. So we're almost halfway to our goal of 30,000. And our construction crew is ready to begin on March 1st. You can go to the next slide. So this is the location, just for anyone who's here in the meeting. If they weren't really clear on where it is, there you can see the baseball field, and yeah, that's where we want to put the skate park. So we can go on to the next slide. So the construction methods we want to use, because it's a temporary skate park, the majority of the construction is going to be made with wood and skate light. However, there are a couple of obstacles that we were considering being made out of hollow form concrete. Basically what that is it's a wooden structure with a layer of thin concrete veneer. So at the time when if we were moving on to a permanent skate park, or if our trial period ended and we were no longer able to continue, it is removable. It's not like a giant pile of concrete. We can go on to the next slide. So here's basically the timeline if everything goes really well. If we get the approval to build tonight, that would be awesome. That would be today, the 17th of February. We would get the fencing up as soon as possible. Construction would begin for the ramps and stuff March 1st. We'd get the ordinance passed for legal skateboarding. The construction would be done in April, and with all the ordinance and the insurance and the construction completed, we'd be able to start skating there right at the start of April. We can go to the next slide. All right, yeah, so just to be really clear of the opportunity we have here, we have this incredible team of people, this incredible community, business owners, semi-pro skaters, dedicating time, expertise, and resources, and our passion to get this done. This construction time for a skate park is like super fast. So most other skate park projects take a long time. Ours is like really speedy, which is a good thing, especially since the kids need something to do. It's low risk to the town because it is temporary. We're funding it. It's easily insured. It meets the need right now for a low maintenance, no cost to the user, inclusive to all ages, genders, races, and identities. So I heard some comments about, you know, people wanting Fairfax to be an inclusive space. This is the direction we want to head. Then the skate park, you know, meets that need. It gives kids a COVID-safe physical recreation, which is extremely needed in this time. It's a positive risk-taking behavior, which is a necessary alternative to the negative risk-taking behavior we typically see in the teens in our community. It supports the creation of the skate park would support that Fairfax is age-friendly by offering a space for kids and teens to congregate, recreate without being harassed, which is currently the case. It supports the mental health and well-being of the youth, fosters community, encourages diversity. And there's a study here that we've linked to that, a study that explores that. And once we establish a skate park in Fairfax, people have been trying to do this for the last 40 years. We get the temporary one, we do the permanent one, it's done. We don't have to keep using staff time and the resources. It'll just be in our town. It'll be good for everybody. It's a done deal. Next slide. Next slide, please.
Sorry, it's not moving. I've got to do this manually.
The computer is frozen.
Oh, you know what?
No, I'm
The
joking.
computer is frozen. I'm gonna have to stop sharing it and try it again.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? Oh, there we go. Okay, let me try it again.
All right. See, a skate park can't freeze and crash like a computer either. So, you know.
Helpful.
All right. So really quickly, we wanted to answer some frequently asked questions. We get these questions all the time. I hope there's a lot of people listening to this meeting. I don't know how many people are listening to this, but I hope this answers your questions. And if it doesn't, I'd love to answer your questions. Yeah. So when the park is open 9 a.m. to sundown, year round, how loud is a skate park? There is a study that we found that says the skate park is about as noisy as a playground. This is one of the bigger, more epic skate parks in Portland. That's where the study takes place. So ours is smaller. How is this skate park being funded? It's funded entirely by us. The only thing we're asking for from the town is just support, not in the form of dollars. It's funded by us. It's built by us. The skate park for Fairfax committee. Where's the skate park? We had a picture of that. I hope you saw that. But yeah, it's in the Bank Street parking lot, or the Pavilion parking lot. And in that parking lot, we're gonna erect a fence that's gonna be anywhere from 5 to 8 feet tall that'll protect the cars that park up next to the skate park. There won't be any way for a skateboard to sneak past and hit a car. We wanna make sure that. And who is building the skate park? So our friend Jeremy Tuffley, he's associated with Will Hutchinson, the owner of Proof Lab, who's one of our supporters. He's going to be doing the construction and final design. They'll be overseen and supported by our committee. That includes the contractor, Pete Gubbins, who is helping us with the fence, and Will. And this builder, Jeremy Tuffley, he's worked on other successful skate parks in Marin County, specifically the Ballina Skate Park, which we talked about in the previous presentation, the Marin City Skate Park, which is that kind of construction is what we're going to do. Wooden, maybe some small concrete features that are removable, and the Mill Valley Skate Park. That one's all concrete though, so it wouldn't be like that. All right, next slide. So I just wanted to express personally what the skate park kind of means to me. And I wanted to talk about reverence. So to revere something is to show devoted deferential honor to, regard as worthy of great honor. And I wanted to talk about that definition because, next slide, just so we know we're all talking about the same thing. The skate park to me is a monument to revere the youth or honor the youth. It would exist to honor our children, our youth, our teenagers. The skate park would put community leaders in step with youth, create opportunities for youth programming like summer camps, and a place for youth and adults to connect and share life experience, which is something I see all the time at the skate park. It's a beautiful thing, something I've experienced myself. The skate park would be an epicenter of activity, increase well-being of all the attendees. The skate park's an opportunity for the youth to honor us, the elders, because we use the democratic process to establish a safe place for them to skate. And finally, the skate park would just be a dream come true. It's a living example of the undying human spirit. We always use challenges in life as an opportunity to grow and thrive amid uncertain times. And just with everything we've seen in the US politically, I think this is just the golden opportunity to show the kids that the system can work for us. And we got to do it. All right, next slide. So I won't read this whole slide. I'll just go through the first part of each action item that we're needing. The first one being to vote to approve or deny the building of the temporary skate park. And I won't go into all these minutia. I think you guys have had a chance to read them. Our second action item is vote on the resolution for the ordinance to legalize the skating. And the third item would be to refer to Parks and Rec Committee the task of identifying a permanent skate park location, just so that we don't time out with the temporary one and then we're back to square one. It'd be a huge waste of time, energy, and resources, and we just have such an amazing opportunity here. Next slide. And that's it. So I want to say a huge thank you to the town council, particularly the ad hoc subcommittee, Hellman and Catrano, Garrett Toy, thank you for working with us and guiding us and providing all the wisdom that you have for the processes we've been through. I want to say thank you to all the stakeholders, our committee, all the community members who have voiced their opinion, all of them. Every opinion matters. I want to listen to everyone and what they have to say about the idea for the skate park. I want to say thank you to all the donors who've been so generous with our GoFundMe. It's incredible watching it grow every day. And a huge thank you to the children for just enduring this difficult time. I mean, this is their childhood. They get it once in their life. And it's just, coronavirus has robbed them of a normal year of life. And, you know, they've been investing a lot of their energy into our community, trying to make things work. And I just want to say a huge thank you to them as well. So with that, I'm done with my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. And thank you all for listening, everybody.
Thank you. Yes. Do we have any questions, first of all, after that presentation? Sounds like we got it pretty clear. That's good.
Can I
Okay.
ask one quick question, actually, Mayor?
Yeah, please.
So there was one thing on the timeline that said that construction would begin, if this all moves forward, on the 1st of March, but the second reading isn't until the 3rd of March. So I just wanted to see if I was confusing something.
The second reading of the ordinance that's next on the agenda, you mean?
Okay, so that doesn't,
Well,
Yeah, the ordinance-
construction timeline.
The first reading of the ordinance is tonight, second reading is March 3rd, and then the ordinance, if, assuming it's approved, will go into effect 30 days after March 3rd, which is April 3rd, and then conceivably the park opens then,
yeah.
when skating is legalized.
There's actually a layer in there. This is one of those ordinances that we've done some of these others recently, where part of what this ordinance does is about safety equipment, but most of what this ordinance does is to say that we can then, by resolution, establish the rules. And so after the
That's
second
right.
reading of the ordinance, then we'll, at the same time, same meeting, we'll have the rules before us for resolution. And that's why we've got the rules here tonight, so that we can get a look at them and give direction to staff if we think there's any change. But so it's all pretty tightly fit together. It sounds like to me, as per what you were saying, Renee, that the skate park people are taking a calculated risk that we won't decide on the second reading of this ordinance to can the whole thing, but otherwise it's all pretty.
That was my question.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, Chance.
You got it. Thank you, Mayor. No need for a comment.
Okay.
Oh, I did have one question for the town manager, though, which is that third ask that was on the presentation. Is that already in process, Garrett? The ask to direct Parks and Rec to work with the advocates on a permanent location?
Yes, that's actually item 9. I was just going to give an update, but yes, I guess since you asked the question, well, maybe we wouldn't have to have item 9, but yes, I met with Park yesterday. They only had 3, they didn't have 5, but they indicated they thought July 2021, this July, is quite reasonable to come up with a report for council consideration regarding potential sites for a permanent location for skate park.
Okay.
I have one more question. So in terms of in the staff report for this item, second page, bullet 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is an ordinance to amend town code to clearly allow for a skate scooter park use for skate. It says it's worded, maybe this is why, for a skate scooter park uses in a public parking lot. We're talking about one particular location.
Yes.
So
this process, right? So I just
Right.
wanted to clarify that that language is
right.
a little confusing.
We're not doing the ordinance yet. The ordinance
Right.
is,
I know, but it's in this
Okay.
staff report for this item. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, yeah, we can get into the details on the ordinance when we get to the next agenda item. So if we don't have any further questions that can clarify things for ourselves or the public, we could go to public comment. Are we ready for that? Okay. Michelle, would you please open public comment? Oh, look at that.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Mayor. We have a number of speakers. The first one is Cass Morrison, followed by Jane Richardson Mack. So Cass, you're unmuted.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I've already spoken at a previous town council meeting, but I just really wanted to voice my support. And I know that there's been a lot of excitement surrounding this topic in the Fairfax and San Anselmo skate communities. But yeah, I just want to say that I think this is going to be a really positive investment for Fairfax. And yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. The next speaker is Jane Richardson Mack, followed maybe by Stephen Tajero again. I'm not sure if your hand's just still up. Jane, you're unmuted.
Good evening again, Council. John Romatis.
Hi, John.
Hi. I just want to actually commend Stephen, I think it's Tajero, for that great presentation. I 100% support a skate park in Fairfax. I would, however, say that the presentation was it was a boilerplate. It was very nice, but it designated a contractor, and I would maybe scrutinize the fact that there's already been a designated contractor, and then it goes out to a bidding process so that there is, fair and equitable chance for other contractors to bid on this project if that's the case. But yes, I mean, this is great. I mean, Stephen, thank you. If you're listening, reach out to me if you want some help. I am a skater, although my center of gravity is a little higher nowadays. So it's a little more difficult, but I still have I'm still there with you, man. We're skating is very positive, and 100% support. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And the next speaker, okay, Stephen's gone. The next speaker is Wolf, followed by Holly Braggman. So Wolf, you're unmuted.
Hey there, can you guys all hear me?
Yes.
Cool, right on. Well, I appreciate having a second to speak. I just want to say 100% I'm in support of this. I'm a local business owner, small business owner, and my business is right there next to the post office. There's always kids over there skateboarding, and throughout the whole town, I'm definitely always around town, and there's so many young kids skateboarding around town always. And I think that investing in the youth and investing in recreation for the next generation of kids in Fairfax is a really crucial thing to do. And I mean, I'm a little jealous because when I was a kid, we didn't have this kind of support or anything like that. But to see it happening now, I think is a beautiful thing. And I think it speaks a lot to the town itself and the kind of community that we're continuing to harbor and build in this town, and the fact that there are people that support it and are people willing to go out on a limb. I think it's a beautiful thing. And I'm really proud to hear that this is going to hopefully happen. So yeah, I just want to say thanks and just say I'm in support of it.
Thank you.
The next speaker is
Michelle?
Holly Braggman, followed by Bridget Carlson. So Holly, you're unmuted.
You might
Hi,
need to
can you
unmute
hear me?
yourself, Holly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for taking this up. I'm one of the people he mentioned on a 40-year trajectory of failure to bring this project to fruition, but I'm so excited that it seems like it's really gonna happen. And I'm sorry I missed the last meeting, and I hope I'm not gonna repeat any suggestions or whatever that's already been made, but the presentation was great. It was concise, and I think you guys have chosen a really good location because having it be somewhere that non-drivers, AKA skaters, can access, you know, on their way back from school or whatever, I think is really smart in a public space. And I was just going to suggest maybe that the compost could be moved over to the community garden since it has to go away. And I hate to even bring up preemptively the issue of parking that I think some people might have a problem with, because I think these community spaces definitely take precedence over a couple parking spaces. However, it's easy for me to get to town and walk and everything, and I know that's not the case for everyone, but would it be possible to replace the missing parking spots and put them over maybe on that Bank Street extension that's kind of sitting between the Redwoods and the restaurant there, just as an idea of maybe to address any concerns people might have about losing parking spaces. I don't know. I'm just really happy, and I'm in support, and I think the time is definitely now. This last couple of years have really shined a light on, you know, what is important, and this obviously is very important for reasons that we didn't even know until this year. So thanks a lot, you guys.
Thank you, Holly.
The next speaker is Bridget Carlson, followed by Steve Wasserman. Bridget, you're unmuted.
Hi. This is my first meeting that I've attended, so I'm sorry that I'm not super well in this topic, but this is more of a question. Number one, I'm super supportive of the skate park idea. I love it. I would like to see it be permanent. But I didn't really understand what the action plan was if a permanent site can't be located. I thought the presenter mentioned that this would essentially all be for nothing, and I guess I'm a little bit concerned about what would happen there, and potentially if these funds, I know that they are not town funds or taxpayer funds, but could it be possible that they should be used for a more permanent solution for the same problem? That was all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Stephen Wasserman, followed by Andrea Summitts. So, whoops. Stephen, you're unmuted now.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So my name is Steve Wasserman. I live at One Meadow Way, and I've lived in Fairfax since 1977. Raised 2 kids in Fairfax, and I'm now have 4 grandchildren that come around. And I have wanted to have a skate park in Fairfax since 1977. And so I am wholly in support of having them put a temporary skate park in and see how that works. I can only, see mostly positive things. Obviously there's always some ups and downs with regard to different kinds of projects. But I'm really hopeful that the town of Fairfax will invest in their young people and will, even though you don't have to invest any money, you do have to invest your political will to get it done. And I would just say that I'm 100% in support and would just love to see that in Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
The next speaker is Andrea Summitts, followed by Kent. And Andrea, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you guys all so much. I'm super excited about this. And I just wanted to really reiterate, as a parent, every single day I hear stories of kids who are struggling so much during COVID. It's really, really hard times for them. So I think this is something that's just, I hear the kids so excited. They're thrilled this is happening, and they're really, really looking forward to having a teen-oriented, in particular, recreational opportunity in our town. And so I'm really grateful that this is moving forward, and thank you guys all for considering it in your time. I also think that, although there's we are referring to this as a temporary park, I really want to emphasize that, the permanent park is the end game here, and we're really wanting to make sure that even though the part of the context of this is COVID in terms of the urgency, this is something our town has needed for a long time, even before COVID hit, and will certainly be a need that all of the teens in our community and middle school kids will continue to have beyond COVID. I think COVID is going to be with us a lot longer than we think, and having an outdoor recreational opportunity that doesn't rely on kids sharing gear, I think is going to continue to be important for years. The 12 months, I think, I'm one of the members of the committee. It's an amazing team. Everyone's been so great to work with, and I feel really honored to be a part of it. But the 12-month time frame on the temporary park that I think was specified in the staff report is really just the checkpoint. I think that's the first main checkpoint for the town council to review it and consider extending, just making sure everything's going okay. So I think one caller had mentioned, this is maybe just a one-year thing, but I really don't, I hope we're not, no one on the town council is really thinking of this as a one-year thing. I hope that it's really everyone's intention that this would be, we will have a permanent place for kids to park, to skate in Fairfax. And this location will just have a check-in in 12 months to make sure it's going well, and potentially extend as long as necessary until the permanent park can be put in place. So, but thank you guys all so much. And I'm just so grateful that our kids may have this going forward.
Thank you, Andrea.
The next speaker is Kent, followed by Veronica Garretts. Kent, you're unmuted.
There we go. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Kent Matson. Just wanted to speak very briefly, obviously, like in support of the skate park. When I was growing up in the Central Valley, it was a big deal for me when my town got its skate park. It gave me a safe, legal place to skate and not get, in trouble, basically. And now that, I'm living here and have kids and they skateboard on their own, I want a safe and legal place for them to skate as well, and stay out of trouble and do something healthy. So just wanted to voice my strong support for this skate park.
All right. Thank you.
The next speaker is Veronica Garretts, followed by Lina. And Veronica, you're unmuted.
Hello, my name is Ilo, and I am 9 years old, and I think it would be awesome to have a skate park in Fairfax.
All right. Thank you. We got that.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Lina, followed by Bill Keene. And Lina, you're unmuted.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I'm really so supportive of the skate park, and I'm so excited for the community to build this outlet for teens and obviously people of all ages. And also I'm really excited for skating as an activity and for the people skating not to be looked upon by the community as negative or a nuisance in any way, and to kind of have our own spot. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys for having us and letting us be an opportunity for Fairfax.
All right. Thank you for your comment, Lina.
The next speaker is Bill Keane, followed by Jake. Bill, you're unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Bill Keane. I live at 170 Forest Avenue. I'm fairly new to Fairfax. I moved here in July of last year, although I've been almost my entire life in Marin County. For the last 13 years, I was the general manager of the Sonoma County Ag and Open Space District. And during my time there, we helped build a couple of skate parks. And I'm here to tell you that what you're doing is an amazing thing tonight. Kids need a place to go, and you will see there will be droves of them at this skate park. I see them as I walk around town. I see kids skating near the post office, near the parking lot downtown. And this will be a place for them to do it in a safe way and to have that camaraderie and just really help them have just a nice place to go. So I commend your town council. My son, who's 16 and skates, commends your town council. And I look forward to helping see this through, and I'll be following it and look forward to lending a hand as well.
Right. Thank you, Bill, and to your son as well.
The next speaker is Jake, followed by Jameson Wells. Jake, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. I think that if this does go through and we do get a skate park built in Fairfax, I think it'll be a very positive outcome for the town because it will make a lot of new friendships, and it's definitely helped me and a lot of my friends out in so many ways. So I really hope it'll be able to do that for other kids, and I'm really excited for it to turn out. And thank you guys for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, Jake.
The next speaker is Jameson Wells, followed by Jonah Daly. And Jameson, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to say thank you to you guys for giving us the opportunity, and thank you for Steve for helping out so much. And I just wanted to voice my support and say this is just going to positively impact so many people, because I feel like a lot of people are inside right now, and a lot of people are just going to get more exercise, and I think everyone will just be happier. And so thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jonah Daly. There's nobody after Jonah. You're unmuted now.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you guys for giving us this opportunity. There's been a lot of people kind of excited in our community, like everyone's talking about it, socially distant and through social media. It's like a big thing right now. And I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for considering it. And I think everyone else has already said the benefits of it. And yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
We actually do have a couple of more hands raised. The next speaker is Kimberly Carroll, followed by Andrew Harris. Sorry. Kimberly, you're unmuted.
Hello, Kimberly. We're not hearing you at this point.
Kimberly, it looks like you're unmuted, but oh, now you're muted again.
Now you're muted, so try again and unmute yourself.
Oh, now you're unmuted.
There we go. If you're speaking, we're not hearing you. I'm sorry. Perhaps we go to the other speaker and then back to Kimberly so that we can see whether there's any improvements to the technology.
Okay, so Andrew, I'm unmuting you.
Hello, my name's Andrew. I've been working with the Skate Park for Fairfax Committee.
and it's been a pleasure working with everyone. I wanted to address a concern that was raised about the open bid process with construction, and wanted to note that the contractors that are going to be working have volunteered a great amount of time and materials and discounts, and have really been made it more of a work of charity rather than a work of profit. So we're very thankful for them, and thankful if any other contractors would like to step in and help us with the process. But that's it. I'm in great support of the skate park, and I'm excited to see what happens.
All right, thank you, Ron. So Kimberly has,
Let's see.
here we go, again. Here we go.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we're on.
Hi, my name's Cooper. I'm actually on my mom's computer right now.
Okay.
I just wanted to voice my support and say that I'm really thankful that you guys are putting the work in to get this done, and that the outcome is just going to be amazing. I have a lot of friends, and I am myself, I'm a skateboarder, and it's just something that we all really enjoy to do as a group. So thank you for doing this.
All right, thank you for your comments. Do we have any other speakers, Michelle?
I do not see any more speakers, Mr. Mayor, if you want to close the period for
Okay.
comment.
So let's close the public comment, bring it back to council for any comments on this. And I just want to also just thank Chance and Stephanie for your work on this. This is coming along really quickly and so far pretty smoothly. Comments, Barbara?
Maybe a few questions that I didn't have until after the public comment, but also after the presentation. So someone, I think Holly raised, or someone raised the idea of, you know, if a permanent park is found, my question to the group, it looks like these materials could potentially be moved to a permanent. I see Stephanie or Vice Mayor raised.
Yes.
So it's not a waste of these materials. They can just go to a new place, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's great. Thank you. And then it sounds like we're doing a sole source contract. Someone raised the idea of the bidding process, and I think we can do that under certain circumstances, and this is not a lot of money as well. So maybe the town manager can opine on that quickly. I'm not opposed to it. So just, it seems like that's what we're doing, and it makes sense because these folks are the ones who designed it, etc. And it's inexpensive as well, correct?
Right, it's a volunteer effort. They're assuming all the costs. So we're really not involved at all, other than the contract with the master contractors, because we need somebody to indemnify and assume the responsibility for the elements being built.
Okay, great. And then, so I raised this in the last time, and I know Holly mentioned moving the compost bin. I don't think the compost bin could be moved to the community garden because there isn't the kind of parking for people to stop. That would mess up Park Road. But I do have some concerns about taking the compost bin, and I'm totally supportive of this, so don't get me wrong. And I think there will be overlap when there should be sand and compost. So I wonder if there's a way to stay away from the compost bin. Also want to thank all the folks who have been raising the money. We've gotten a few not positive comments where people were under the impression that the town was spending the money. And frankly, it's kind of rare. Usually people come to us wanting us to do things, and so it's great. And thank you, Vice Mayor Hellman, for your work on, what did you say, a year and a half? And thank you, Chance, for jumping in. So that's great. So I want to thank everyone for raising money. This is kind of a model for the future on some of these wonderful things that we want to do in our town, but we can't always afford. So that's a great idea. A couple of things I've heard. There was a statement made at the last meeting and at this meeting about no upkeep or maintenance. And in talking to Councilmember Berto, who is involved in the skate park in Memorial Park, they do need upkeep at some point in the future. That's why they're looking at maintaining and doing some upkeep of their skate park. Now, it's been 7 years, so I don't think we should discount that there may be, I mean, 7 years goes by before you know it. We're all older. It's a chance they'll still be younger. But you know, we just have to think about that for the future, and hopefully this group will stay together. And a couple of things that people have raised to me is a little bit about the noise. And I'm wondering if rather than the 9 till sundown, which makes sense now, if we could change this to something like 9 to 5 or 6 in the future, when the time changes, I'm not sure that it would be a great idea for kids to be out there at 8:30. There are people that live downtown, and I've heard the Mill Valley Skate Park has gotten a lot of complaints over the years with the noise. So I'm just throwing that out there. And then one other thing that I was a little worried about was the entire year. Now, I understand folks have raised a lot of money. When we originally talked about this, this was for the time of COVID, because the kids are, you know, sitting at home on screens instead of going to school. And I thought that we were talking about a temporary park. And so it seems to me that rather than going the full year, we might consider making it shorter unless we need to extend it. And the reason being is people have reached out to me that are businesses in the area who say their workforce actually uses that pavilion lot that we upgraded a number of years ago, not that many years ago, maybe 7 years ago now. And so there's some concern when people start going back to work that we will lose those spots. And I know Holly Braggman mentioned moving spots, those 3 spots somewhere. I don't think there's parking that isn't private parking on Bank Street other than what we've taken. And I could be wrong. So I just think there's things we need to consider like that, because hopefully, as we all get our vaccinations, maybe our businesses can start opening up spring, summer, and we will have more of the workforce. And we know a lot of the workforce doesn't live in town, so they will need the parking spaces. So those are just a few of my thoughts. I'm completely supportive. I think it's a great idea. I want to thank everybody who's worked so hard on this and brought it to us in such a nice polished format. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments from council members?
I have several, but I'll go last.
Okay.
I'll go ahead. I'm just extremely grateful that this group, and I couldn't say it better than Councilmember Kohler did, but the way that this group came forward with the leadership of Vice Mayor Hellman, and then Chance jumping in and stood the course and brought it so beautifully packaged to us. This is indeed a model for how things can work, and it's fast, actually. I wrote down one thing that I really did think we could consider, and it was Barbara actually raised it, and that is the time. I was actually thinking on the other end that the 9 a.m. might cause some of a stir around the noise in the morning because of the folks that do live down there. I don't have a really strong feeling one way or the other. I wanted to put it out to the council and see what you thought about the time, but Councilmember Kohler does make a good point about it coming and running over into dark when we've got, depending on the time of year. But I don't want to say anything to dampen what's been an extraordinary effort. I'm thrilled that after all this time, and I was around back in the pioneer days that Holly talks about back 40 years ago. I wasn't really, but almost. And so you guys are amazing. Thanks to all the young folks. I do want to kind of challenge everybody in that crew to think about how you're going to maintain things in terms of like garbage and recycling, how to like make it look good because things get trashy. So if you guys can come up with some creative ideas around that, that would be just an added bonus to all you're already bringing to the community. So I can't not put that in there. So anyway, thank you guys a trillion, and Garrett for stepping in with all the experience you have. So I'm excited. I used to ride a little banana board down the block, and it terrifies me to think about doing it again. But I think I might turn up and try it out. So anyway, thank you guys.
I can hop in.
You want to go last, so Chance, that means you have to say something.
Yeah. I just wanted to, I guess, first thank the folks who've come forward. Stephen, great presentation. Everybody on that committee has put in so much work every week, and it shows. It definitely shows. I think to Councilmember Goddard's point about how quickly this has moved forward, and in large part due to the great work of staff. Garrett, thank you for your flexibility and like trying to help figure this out. It doesn't go unnoticed, and obviously Vice Mayor Hellman, amazing work bringing this forward. I think there were some doubts back in January that this temporary skate park would be able to come forward as like a full proposal, and it came forward quite quickly, and it's really well put together. So yeah, and thanks to Brenna and Pete Gubbins and at Live Water, and Will Hutchinson at Proof Lab for putting in money and putting in the time to look at designs and think about how to get this going for the kids. So I'm really excited about this. I'm stoked. Skating was a huge part of my life growing up, and I have fond memories with my mom taking me to the skate park too by my house. So yeah, I'm really excited to move forward on this. And I think to Barbara's concerns, I hear the concerns about noise. I think I'm less concerned about like a 6 or 7 o'clock noise in the park than the morning noise that Councilmember Goddard brought up. I think that's an interesting point. I don't know if pushing it back an hour is a big piece of that or what, but yeah, that's an interesting thought. And then regarding the temp park time period, to Councilmember Kohler's question, I was thinking sort of the opposite end of things, knowing that there's $20,000-$30,000 of actual capital being invested in this temporary park, in addition to maybe $20,000-$30,000 in labor and all these other expenses. To have that up in the air for 12 months that's a big risk for these folks to take as well. And so I'm almost on the other end, like acknowledging that 12 months would be a checkpoint, and maybe up to 24 months. I don't know how long it will take for a permanent park proposal to materialize, but just want to acknowledge the amount of effort and actual capital that's going into what is this temporary park. So just want to honor that and acknowledge that too. Thanks.
Yeah, good thing.
Okay.
I usually go last. You go.
Okay. Should I go?
You'll have more to say than I will. So thank you for all your work on it.
Are you going to speak, or is it my turn?
No, it's yours.
Okay. I will try not to speak too long, but I did want to give you just a little bit more historical context of how this came to be, because it was not my idea. And I did campaign on this idea, but it came straight from the community, from me knocking on doors and people saying to me, we need this. Will you help lead this? And after I heard this a number of times, probably 5, 6, 7 times, it became a trend. That's a trend, when you hear that a number of times. And so I made a mental note to explore that if I got elected. And then, shortly after, obviously COVID hit. And I'm going to read to you a text I got on January 27th, 2020, from a 13-year-old named Jake Morrison. And he said, "Hi, this is Jake. I don't exactly know you, but I went into town hall today to talk about maybe building a skate park. My mom was telling me how you were one of the candidates that was actually interested in this. And she subsequently told me in a conversation that that's why she voted for me. If you do get to see this, then I'm open to discussing how we could make this work. Sincerely, Jake." And I wrote back and said, "Hi, Jake, let's talk. Are you free tomorrow?" And we met at the coffee roastery, and I was so taken with this young man. And we had subsequent conversations. And then there's Stephen Tahiro, who's completely passionate and has spoken before the council and has taken a leadership role in this. And then there's Wolf, who is a leader in our community and works with youth and is a skater himself. And then of course there's Brenna and Pete Gubbins, who are locals and totally passionate about supporting the community. And the way this team has come together, of course, I know nothing about skating. I mean, I have a couple kids who like to skate, but I know how to build a team, and I know how, honestly, how to get, I'm not going to swear, but I know how to get things done. And so we had Andrew, who built designs, all the beautiful designs. And we had Andrea, who led the petition. And Dusty came on board. And I hope I'm not missing anyone. Beth came on board. And of course, Chance, I really appreciate all your contributions of late. And I really appreciate you mentioning the risk that if we were only to have the skate park open, for 12 months, that's, a lot of capital and volunteer hours going into that. So without a commitment to a permanent park, we need to really think about that. So I really appreciate all your leadership on this. So I just, like I said, wanted to thank the team and give you some historical context and what an immense pleasure it has been to be part of this. And I know it's going to be a community asset. And for some of the people that are not so on board with it, I think you will come to appreciate what a beautiful thing it has been. Will Hutchinson, who is a Proof Lab, has been an amazing contributor as well. And he's been part of several of the skate parks being built across Marin. And he has shared with us how meaningful it has been to, Mill Valley and Bolinas and Marin City. And just hearing the stories of how, and this is relevant to the hours, how the young kids show up in the morning, right? And so I think actually, Renee, if you can remember when your kids were really little, they get up really, really early, right? So 9 a.m. is actually midday when you have, a 6-year-old. But so the young kids, get there really early. And then as the day progresses, the older kids start to show up, and there's this beautiful, relational thing that happens. And there's a lot of mentoring that goes on between the older kids and the younger kids. Anyway, I wanted to thank Will too. But so as far as the hours, I would appreciate keeping it as recommended and using the 6-month check-in for any changes. We'll definitely collect community feedback from the business owners, from the folks that live there, and Renee, for sure. We want to work with the youth from a leadership opportunity standpoint to keep it clean, to keep it, to stay true to the hours that we're communicating. And if it gets approved tonight, which I certainly hope it will, we will have some type of grand opening where we will solicit those type of, leadership opportunities for the kids and communicate that message broadly, that if they want to keep this as a community asset, it's up to them, to keep it clean and stick to the rules. So I think those are the key messages that I wanted to convey. And I just want to thank everyone who showed up tonight and thank the team as well.
Okay, thank you. So I'll keep my comments really brief. There have been a lot of thanks that have been expressed, and I thank all the people who have been involved as well. But I just wanted to add Garrett and Mark Lockaby and anybody else on staff who's worked on it, but I think it's probably particularly Garrett. One of the things I like about this project, and I like a lot about this project, but one thing is that it sometimes has been a challenge in town to do things that are a volunteer project. Sometimes they take a long time. Sometimes it just seems like it's easier to just contract things out and do it the way things are normally done. Mm-hmm. In this case, I'm really happy to see that this is actually moving pretty quickly. It seems really efficient, and I'm really that excites me because
I would agree. I omitted thanks to Garrett and to Public Works, and that was an omission. I totally agree. Thank you so much to staff.
As far as the parking spaces, Garrett, I believe you have the number, and I can't find it right now, but it's like three parking spaces. So we're not talking about a lot, and we'll see where that goes when COVID is completely done and everything is open again. But for right now, we can spare the parking spaces, it seems like. So, and then just one other thought, it would be really cool for you folks who are working on organizing this and working on signage and working with the skaters to maybe try to promote the idea that just as a point of pride for all the people who are doing this, and a little bit of thanks to the town for us all doing this, that maybe we try to make this a zero waste place. So not only not throw the trash on the ground, but actually not have trash. If we can actually really try to get that as a value, especially since these are young people, this is the next generation. Let's sort of set that example if we can, that, hey, we don't just, buy things in throwaway containers and leave them. Anyway, that's just a thought. I'm excited. And so that's my comments. Do we have any further comments before we, what do we need to do? We're just giving direction to staff on this, or are we, Garrett, did you need any action other than what we've already said, that we all appear to be in favor of it with the comments made?
I didn't know if Councilmember Goddard had a
No, I just wanted to say that I appreciate the check back in at 6 months in terms of the noise and the time, because I just think that's important, and I think the community needs to know that we've got our eye on it. And I had one other. Oh, I just wanted to clarify what Holly was talking about. That Bank Street extension is that little public right-of-way that exists between the way station, and there is some space in there, so potentially to be explored. I don't think it's the best place for parking, to be honest, but that is where that parking exists.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm all good, you guys.
And what about the question of the compost bin? I don't feel that everybody's sympathetic to that, but I'm going to just raise it as the last piece. We're going to take the compost bin, and there will be times where there will be overlap where we will need the compost bin and sand will be in there. So how are we going to deal with that?
I can just speak from having been, one of the organizers of the compost over the years, is that we do choose when that compost is delivered, so we can actually maneuver it around not having too much crossover with sand, or any crossover with sand really, because it's the heavy rains where we need the sand in there primarily, and it gives us plenty of opportunities for the four annual compost deliveries.
So there's 4 now.
Well, it's a tonnage amount, or a yardage amount.
I think we increased it by at least 1 more delivery in this contract. Is that correct?
I think it's really yardage.
Is it yardage or 4 deliveries and it just so happens our truck holds that much?
Oh, okay. It originated as that, and we fit however much, but I don't recall. You may be right, although I do still think we can work around it.
As long as you think we can work around it, that was my concern, because I know people love that compost.
Yep.
So,
Me too.
Yeah, and I like this 6-month check-in. So do we need to direct staff to proceed if appropriate, which I think we agreed with that? Do we need a motion, or are we okay?
Well, staff preference.
You're on mute.
Oh, I am? How about now?
Make a motion to proceed as appropriate, as directed tonight.
Okay, that works.
So we've got it. Okay, but there is the next agenda item, which is.
Oh, you have to take a vote though.
Yeah, let's take the vote.
That's what we were kind of asking, is what do we do? All right, we can do a motion then that to direct staff to proceed with this. Is that what we're looking for?
Yes.
Okay, so would
Stephanie, make the motion.
I already made it. She could second it.
Oh.
I'd like us to move along.
Yeah. I second.
Would you mind seconding?
You can smile, Barbara.
Go ahead, make the motion. I'm fine. I'll withdraw it. Let's just move along.
I make the motion to support the creation of the temporary skate scooter park per the staff report.
Second.
Okay, I'll take a quick roll call and we'll move along. Barbara?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
Stephanie?
Yes.
I thought you would be for that. Chance?
Yes.
All right, me too. It is unanimous. Okay, so item 6 is close to the end, so let's just roll into that. Yeah.
Can we take a 5-minute break, please?
Okay, I was thinking of after item 6.
Well, I have
we can
to
take a break now.
So I can leave and you guys can start if you want.
Let's take a break.
Okay, yeah, 5 minutes, so that would be about 9:23. Okay, all right, we took a little break there. So the next item should be a quick one. It's related to the skate park. Garrett, would you like to give us a staff report on item 6?
Sure. Item 6, sorry. Oh, here we go. Item 6 is the introduction of an ordinance that basically allows the council to designate a portion of a parking lot as a skate park, and it adopts all the different provisions that we need to adopt under government code. So obviously the direction was create the temporary skate park. So this ordinance was placed on here to give you that flexibility to move forward with that sooner rather than later. What this proposed ordinance does, it allows you to create a temporary skate park in a public parking lot, allowing you to do so by resolution. And then the ordinance also allows the council to adopt rules and regulations in the park by resolution. And it also, in the ordinance, we put in the requirements under California Health and Safety Code, government code, that we need to put in there to maintain our protections under the law. How it all works: if you introduce it this evening, then it'd be scheduled for your second reading, your first meeting in March, that'd be March 3rd. If you actually adopt it at that time, then it takes effect 30 days from March 3rd, which means early April, then it would be allowed to actually have a skate park in the Pavilion parking lot during this time frame, presumably all the improvements can be installed by then and be open by that time. So earlier on the previous item, we actually had kind of the sample parks rules and regulations. Those are probably what we'll come back to you with. So how we see this working for the ordinance perspective is if you introduce the ordinance tonight, then with the second reading, we'd actually bring back the resolutions to designate the temporary park area as well as what the rules and regulations for the skate park would be. Now, one thing I should point out, the ordinance we put together is somewhat generic in the sense it lets you do these things by resolution, but it lets you do it for any parking lot in town, and it does give you some flexibility onto the what's allowed in those. So if you wanted to, you can make the ordinance a little more specific if you wanted to. For example, you could just designate the one parking lot in which you would adopt by resolution to allow it, and for the designation of how we define wheeled recreational vehicles, we could change all that and just make it specific to non-motorized skateboards, scooters, inline skates, and or roller skates. So that's what I'm just, if you want to make those changes, now would be the time to do it, because with the second reading, you can't make any changes, because if you change the second reading, that becomes your first reading, and then the time frame all starts all over. But with that, that's the staff report available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Garrett. Any questions? Yes, Barbara.
So I raised some of these questions that I think Garrett addressed earlier. When I read this, I understand based on the groups that they're looking for skateboards, scooters, and inline skates, and possibly roller skates. And I checked with our town attorney because I'd never heard the term wheeled recreational devices. And to me, that opens it up quite a bit. So there were things like bikes, which are stated in the ordinance, which I don't believe is a good fit with what I have heard envisioned. I also, and I want to give a shout out to the disability community that use wheelchairs, but I don't actually think wheelchairs will be a good mix as well. And our town attorney got back to me saying that that term is not necessary. It leaves it very open. So I suggest we be very specific to what the group wants: scooters, non-motorized scooters, skateboards, inline skates, and I suppose roller skates, because I don't know the difference between inline skates and roller skates. To me, they're the same thing, but I could be wrong. The other piece that I don't think we potentially, and I raised this question before, so I'm kind of raising it now, and Garrett already addressed it. I don't think we need to make this for all parking lots. I think we should be specific to the lot we want. If in the future, for some reason, we wanted to extend it to all parking lots, I think that's a broader discussion than what we heard here tonight. And I think it might make sense to have a sunset date that could always be extended. And so if you wanted to have it for April of this year through the end of next year, and you could always extend it if that seemed to be important, that might be, so those are kind of comments, but I had asked these as questions earlier and got some feedback back from staff and from our town attorney. So I wanted to raise that now before we go out to public comment, as some of the things that I think we could tighten this up a little bit. Thank you.
Well, if I can ask a question to Falca, well, Renee, you go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a question on attachment B on the fourth whereas. I just need someone to explain to me what that whereas's purpose is, because it's if reading it doesn't make sense to me.
That's the whereas talking about riding a skateboard or other wheeled recreational wheeled device.
Yeah, and it says that just because the public's not looking at it, at a facility or park owned or operated by a public entity, as this public skateboard park is deemed a hazardous recreational activity within the meaning of section 831.7 of the government code if the following conditions exist. the person riding the skateboard or other recreational device is 12 years age or older. That's part of. Do you see? I'm confused.
This is part of government code, but
Right, I just don't understand it.
Garrett, do you want me to do this? Or do you
Would
want
you? Yeah, because especially the one that
That's fine.
says the riding of the skateboard or blah that caused the injury was stunt trick. I just don't understand it.
So it has to do with the wording in Government Code 831.7, which basically starts off with neither a public entity nor a public employee is liable to any person who participates in a hazardous recreational activity. And then it goes on, from there for 2 pages, but it's basically having to do with liability, and it's releasing us from liability for people who engage in this activity as defined, and provided we have the proper signage and provided we follow the rules laid out in state statute, this is not going to be something we're going to be liable for when people get injured.
Okay, I understand that conceptually. It just and I'm sure it's I'll take your recommendation and that it's supposed to be there. So
well, if you know how paranoid I am about liability, you can imagine other city or town attorneys being the same way. You'd never have a skate park put up by a public entity if you didn't have something that protected us, and this is what protects us.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I had to read that more than once as well. And I guess I'm understanding the part about if the condition exists that the person is 12 years of age or older. At first I thought, so you mean a younger person, it wouldn't be hazardous? No, that's not what that means. But I guess it means that it's saying that a person would be assumed to know what they were doing if they were 12 years older,
and they have to have their parent or guardian with them if they're under 12, and so that parent or guardian presumably has the best interest of that child in mind and keeps them safe.
Okay, thank you.
So I was just thinking about what Barbara said, and that to just summarize it in one sentence, it sounded like it was recommending that we maybe tighten this up and limit this to what this particular group talking about this particular skate park is actually looking for. But I'm not sure that we need to do that, because the resolution, this ordinance has no effect whatsoever as far as I can see, other than allowing us to do a resolution. And the resolution can be as specific as we want it to be. Is that, and so therefore it seems like this ordinance is okay as it is, but that's, I'm just checking on it.
Chance, I thought I'm looking at, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th whereas, as far as what devices are in scope or permitted. And
we would remove that, Stephanie. That entire whereas would come out.
Why?
Because we're not going to use the state definition of other wheeled recreational device, because that's out of state statute.
Oh, okay. When did we talk about that?
We didn't. So let me clarify here. This is the statute we put together based on what we need to adopt under government code.
Okay, that's what I'm confused.
It gives you the flexibility to do these things, but what you'll be doing in your rules and regulations, and when you designate, you'll be squeezing it down to just say skateboards, non-motorized skateboards, scooters, inline skates, and or roller skates. That's our understanding. So you would narrow it down. The ordinance gives you the flexibility to do things, but we know that you're going to narrow it down. And then the question to the council is, if you also want the ordinance to be narrowed down, we could also do that. That's not a problem. We would just make those adjustments this evening, which if you went that path, I would tell you we would let you know what adjustments we would recommend.
I see.
Right. And then we need to know if you want to sunset it. That's a different issue.
So we said no bikes, and we said, okay to skates, inline skates, whatever skates. And I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, your rules and regulations, when you adopt the resolution for the rules and regulations, it would stipulate that. That's what would be in there.
Okay.
So that sounds clear to me. And Jen, you're not saying we're removing that fifth whereas from this, at least that you don't see any need to remove it from this ordinance, but you're saying it would not be included in the resolution.
No, what I'm saying is that we'll take it out of the ordinance. We can, because the other wheeled recreational device, we're going to be more specific about that, right, Garrett? We're going to say non-motorized skateboards, scooters, and inline skates.
If the council wants to, yes,
If they
in the
want.
actual ordinance itself, the sections we're adding, we would specify, you could do it two ways. The way I had it done was we just took out reference to wheeled recreational devices and we specifically say what's allowed. Your whereases aren't quite as important because that's a definition within the whereas. What's important is the actual, what you're allowing in the designated skate areas and your, well, it's not affecting safety equipment, but what you're allowing in your stated designated park areas. That's all we're saying. If you want to be more specific, it's clear though, the council direction for the rules and regulations will be what we said, non-motorized skateboard, scooters, inline skates and or roller skates.
So I just want to interrupt is that I don't like the idea of this very general thing for an ordinance and then doing something in a resolution. You know, people have been very supportive of this temporary skate park in this one lot. And, you know, if we're talking about doing an ordinance that may potentially apply in the future to other public parking lots, I think that's a broader conversation with the community, and we need to be more transparent about that. So I think this is fine with the idea of taking out the idea of wheeled recreational devices, where you have bicycles, where you have wheelchairs, and being specific, non-motorized scooters, skateboards, inline skates, or roller skates, which is what the group wanted. And I would also like to give this to be specific about the pavilion lot. I threw out the idea of a sunset date. I don't know what others feel about that, with the ability to end if we have it for about a year and a half. But to me, I don't want something hanging out there as an ordinance that's in our code, and then the resolution is somewhere else. And people think that we approve this potentially for all our public lots. That's not how we're doing the specific for what we want to do here, and I'm totally supportive of that.
Okay, so am I hearing, first of all, let's just break this down. So on the hours thing, I think that's reasonable because sometimes in the year it stays light till like 10 o'clock or so. I think that's reasonable, Barbara, and we just have to figure out like seasonally how we would do that. I don't think it's reasonable to shut down the park at like 6 though, you know.
I don't think we need to
just point out real quick, we're kind of getting into the discussion and maybe we should try to stay with questions and then take public comment and then we'll resume this. So if maybe we can just, if there's any questions or clarifications, it does sound like we've raised an issue that we need to talk about, but let's talk about it after public comment.
Okay.
Clear the public and see what they think about this. Chance, did you have anything further in the way of pre-public comment questions?
I was just going to bring up process, Mayor. Thank you for stepping in.
Okay. All right. So if we're all ready, let's go to public comment, Michelle.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Would anyone from the public like to raise their hand and comment on this ordinance?
And it's possible that since this is only a mere ordinance, it's just too boring. That could be the case. Or it's too late, one or the other.
I'm not seeing any raised hands.
Okay,
So-
we'll bring it back to council. Sorry to cut everybody off, but we've, let's get back to our discussion. Stephanie?
So Barbara, are you suggesting the ordinance designate the lot as the sole, legal site for skating for, a designated term, as you said, I think you suggested till, I don't know, April, whatever, I don't know what you said, but you're on mute.
You're muted.
Okay, so my idea is that we keep this specific to what we call the pavilion lot rather than all lots. I threw out the idea of a sunset, but the idea was more of a year and a half. So it would go till the end of December 2022, potentially be extended if need be. I don't know where people feel on that. And then my other thing was being very specific about the stuff that people would use. So we're not creating just this general ordinance about skating for all our public lots. And just maybe I'm going too far, but my concern is what happens is the ordinances get in the code, the resolutions don't. And so let's support what we want to do now.
Yeah.
And not muddy the waters with having this potentially apply to other public parking lots and potentially apply to other wheel devices other than what the group really wants. And as far as the sunset, I threw it out there. Maybe people hate that, but that was my last point. And so that's what I'd like to do, because I do feel that the broader community, other than the folks involved in the skate park, might have concerns about a general ordinance that just ends up in our code and then you see it there and you think it applies all over. So does that help, Stephanie? Thank you for asking those questions.
It does. Clarification, when you say stuff, do you mean like the safety equipment, like the pads and the helmet? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm just talking about, so in this ordinance, in about 5 places, it says wheeled recreational devices.
Yeah.
And it also throws out the terms of having bicycles and wheeled and wheelchairs, which I don't think mix.
Right.
First of all, I want to acknowledge what the folks who are bringing this forward want. And also, so when I first saw this ordinance, my preference would have been that we could have seen something tighter, just for what we want to support, have that ordinance on the books. Things may change in a couple of years and we want to do something broader, but I don't think we're there right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that there's any expectation among the skating community that's supporting this that they're going to be legally permitted to skate anywhere except for this, temporary skate park. So yeah, I
get that, but I also think when you think about the broader community that's out there, who seems like so many people are so happy about this. This is what we want to do. Let's do it. But if we did something very general, we might hear more from folks.
No, I'm in alignment with you. I'm in alignment with you. But what I'm going to ask Garrett is, how could we be flexible from a seasonality standpoint with the park closure hours with regard to sundown? Because at some point in the year, it gets dark at like 10, like I said, and I think that's too late. And I don't want to say sundown because sometimes it's dark at like 3:45,
That's not part of the
the ordinance where it talks about the times. I don't think it does.
Okay.
No,
we're okay with the ordinance with maybe potentially the changes I suggested.
Okay, so that's not going into the ordinance.
No, the ordinance lets you set the rules and regulations, but when Councilmember Kohler talks about sunset, she's not talking about when the park closes. She's talking about this ordinance would have a date.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I apologize for mixing up
That's
things.
okay. I'm just getting tired. I think I'm okay with your suggestions. I don't think I have a problem with them.
I'm still confused about the sunset. Not that sunset. I'm just trying to, I am fully in alignment with the other two amendments, but I'm not sure, you need to explain that a little bit more, how that differs, 1 second, Barbara, how that differs from what we're talking about, which is a proposed 1 year with a 6-month check-in for this particular park. How would that fit with the ordinance? If it's
So often in laws, there are sunset dates, which means that something expires at a certain point. And my thoughts are, in order to give breathing room, if we were in agreement with the idea of putting a sunset date in this ordinance, which means it would potentially go away unless we extended it, my proposal would be it would go from April through the end of 2022 to give ourselves some breathing room, just in case, because I think I heard Councilmember Cutrano talk about maybe more time, or Vice Mayor Hellman, I don't know who said that. But the idea is putting in a sunset date of saying December 31st, 2022. That goes well beyond the year. And with the ability, if for some reason we end up loving this and this becomes the permanent park, I don't know that it will, we could potentially just extend it. But I think that gives an opportunity for public comment at a later date. So that's why I'm proposing it. Is that still confusing?
No, no, it's not confusing. I understood a lot of that. I just wanted to know how it would relate specifically to this moment in our work.
Okay.
So it sounds to me that, and I'm okay with Barbara's suggestions. It sounds to me that it, in some ways, it's just kind of a wanting to keep our code fairly uncomplicated. We already have a lot of pages of code. If you printed them all, they would probably crush you. And, you know, to have to read through it all and then find stuff that's like, what in the world is this for? And well, it was for something we did back in 2021, and we didn't even do it exactly that way, but this was all written very broadly. So that sounds okay with me. My main question would be, Garrett, the timeline kind of requires, if to keep this online, that we pass this first reading tonight and second reading next time. We can't change it at the second reading. So we don't want to do anything, changes to this that are more than we can actually do with a quick marker tonight. So
the changes would be easy. Yeah, the changes, all we need to understand is if the majority of council want to do those changes, then either I can or Janet can read what it would read like. And then when you do your motion, you would introduce it, blah, 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 as amended.
Yes.
And then that'd be all good. We do need direction if you're all, yes.
Now, but I'm fine with cleaning it up in ways that Barbara has suggested, if everybody else. And a sunset of 2 years from now or something, or maybe just the end of 2022, that's almost 2 years from now, would seem like the minimum we'd want to do, because we don't want to get ourselves backed into a corner on this.
But I think you could extend it if you wanted to. And remember, we're also trying to be transparent. So if we said December 31st, 2022, and for some reason we felt in July of 2022, we really wanted to continue it, we could just extend it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Councilmember Kohler, would you be open to the idea of like April of the following year to make it, in case, you know, upon the 12-month period that was in the last item, that there's a 1-year extension, that would be the 24 months?
Well, you know, here's my concern. So I'll do whatever the group wants. So I just want to throw that out there. But my concern is that we're saying this is a temporary park. I have heard from some folks who have concerns about using that lot and concerns about the area. And we didn't hear from them tonight, but I have heard from folks. So that's why I thought it would be better just to go to December 31st, 2022, which does allow us breathing room and does allow us time. But whatever the group wants, I'm not, you know, I'm not going to fight over this. It's not, you know, it's not that critical, but I just want to make sure that if we make a decision, we want to go much longer, that we do have an opportunity for public comment on it. So that's all.
Well, personally, I would lean toward going with, as Chance suggested, just 2 years, because it just seems like it would be extra time to have to come back and amend this, and it doesn't hurt anything at all if it lives on a little bit longer. But I guess I like the idea of it sunsetting, because as I understand it, sunsetting would mean, and I don't know how this works, you know, Garrett put something on his calendar that reminds him that somebody takes this out of the code, or the great code thing in the sky removes it. But
we have other things like this. The smart meter had a sunset. We have other things like this.
You don't actually have to remove it. What we do is we put a sunset date in it, and after that, it's of no further force and effect.
Okay.
So it can live there for 12 more years, but it's not effective.
Look up the code on the code website, and it's still there, but it somehow is marked as
correct.
Right. Well, just so you know, it has expiration. It's listed in there, but periodically we do go in and clean it up. So sometimes we take things that aren't in there or expired, we take it out, or sometimes you don't have it published there in the first place if you know it's going to expire in a year, because you know, or 2 years, because you know, then you'll have to take it out, or it'd be really confusing. So,
okay. Well,
but it's not a problem either way.
Quick. But sounds like if we don't have any further comment, if council is kind of feeling like we've said what we need to say about it, we can let it go for maybe 2 years before it sunsets and clean it up in the way Barbara was saying. Then the next step is for Janet and Garrett to clean it up for us on the fly so that we can vote on it, because we have to have this done tonight, right?
Right. So Janet can read it to you, so you would know what ordinance that you're introducing, if you like.
Give me a date on sunset, because I've got December 31st, 2022 right now. So what's the date?
What about April 3rd, 2023?
April 3rd.
Okay, and just one reminder, we also agreed to being specific to the pavilion lot, so I don't know how we name that. Do we name it the pavilion lot, or do we give the address, Garrett?
No, normally we could do it both. I would recommend we do pavilion / Bank Street public parking lot. No problems there.
Okay, well, let me, the way it's written right now, it's one area in the town. Do you want to actually name that one area?
Yes.
Yes. So it's pavilion / Bank Street parking lot.
So for authorizing a designated, instead of a designated public area, we'll say the pavilion
parking lot.
Pavilion / Bank Street parking lot.
Yeah. Can't you just modify just the 10.28.02 section and that 03 section, and in there just say a portion of the pavilion / Bank Street parking lot, modify it here. And I don't know if you need to modify it in the title other than you would say area.
So in 020,
yeah,
designated skate park area, the town council may from, well, see, this is, so you don't want to designate it in a resolution. Is that what we're deciding?
No. I think what we're saying is we're just making it clear we're designating, they're adopting, I think they still want to adopt a resolution that they're designating the portion, but they can only do it for the pavilion parking lot.
Okay.
So here in 020, you'd say the town council may adopt a resolution designating all or a portion of the
the
pavilion.
/ Bank Street public parking lot.
And I don't think you'd say all. I think you would say the council may from time to time adopt resolutions designating a portion of the pavilion / Bank Street parking lot for this use of skateboards, non-motorized skateboards, scooters, inline skates,
right,
or roller skates.
And or roller skates. Okay.
Are they the same thing?
Well, we say
No,
or. We
they're
just say
different.
or.
They're not.
Yeah, they're different.
I remember roller skates, and inline skates were a good invention.
Okay,
after
so
that.
in the title where it says designated public areas, change that to designated public area.
Right. Do you want me to read this? And then I'll stop at the end of every section and you can tell me if I got it right or not?
Yeah.
Okay, so looking at the title, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, adding sections 10.28020, designated skate park area, singular, right? And 10.28.030, safety equipment required, to chapter 10.28 of the Fairfax Municipal Code entitled Skateboards, setting forth procedures for authorizing the pavilion, Bank Street public park, a portion of the pavilion / Bank Street public parking lot as a skating facility and requiring use of safety equipment. Okay. The first whereas will say, whereas the Town Council desires from time to time to adopt, well, here we go again. We would need to change this to adopt a resolution, singular, designating a portion of the pavilion / Bank Street public parking lot for the use of non-motorized skateboards, scooters, inline skates, or roller skates, and wishes to comply with all applicable laws and regulations. And whereas California Health and Safety Code section 115-800 states that an operator of a skateboard park shall not permit a person to ride a non-motorized skateboard, scooter, inline skate, or roller skates, inline skates plural, or roller skates, in the park unless that person is wearing a helmet, elbow pads, and knee pads. And whereas if the operator of a facility designated and maintained for the purpose of riding a recreational non-motorized skateboard, scooter, inline skates, or roller skates is a local public agency, and the public agency will not supervise the facility on a regular basis, the requirement to ensure riders wear safety equipment may be satisfied by the public agency adopting an ordinance requiring 1, use of such safety equipment, and 2, the posting of signs at the facility to afford reasonable notice that A, safety equipment must be worn by any person riding a non-motorized skateboard, scooter, inline skates, or roller skates, and B, failure to do so will subject that person to citation by the public agency. And whereas riding a non-motorized skateboard, scooter, inline skates, or roller skates at a facility or park owned or operated by a public entity as a public skateboard park is deemed a hazardous recreational activity within the meaning of section 831.7 of the Government Code, if all of the following conditions exist. 1, the person riding the non-motorized skateboard, scooter, inline skates, or roller skates is 12 years of age or older. 2, the riding of the non-motorized skateboard, scooter, inline skates, or roller skates that caused the injury was stunt, trick, or luge riding. And 3, the skateboard park is on public property that meets the safety equipment and sign posting requirements as set forth in the preceding paragraphs. And then we're going to take that entire definition out of the second, that fifth whereas is coming out. Whereas proper notice of this public hearing was given in all respects required by law, whereas the Town Council, Fairfax Town Council has reviewed all written evidence and oral testimony presented to date on this matter. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax does ordain as follows. Section 1, the above recitals are true and correct and hereby incorporated into this ordinance. Section 2, sections 10.28.020 entitled Designated Skate Park Area, singular, and 10.28.030 entitled Safety Equipment Required are hereby added to Chapter 10.28 of the Fairfax Municipal Code, which shall read as follows. 10.28.020 designated skate park area, singular. The town council may from time to time adopt resolutions designating a portion of the pavilion / Bank Street public parking lot for the use of non-motorized skateboards, scooters, inline skates, or roller skates.
Can I ask a question?
And
Sorry.
that's period there, yes.
So it sounds like we're outlining scooters and roller skating everywhere. Is that currently outlawed? Like, is it illegal today?
There's a section in the code that prohibits on sidewalks and the like, skateboarding on sidewalks. There is already a section in there,
In the downtown area.
in the downtown area.
For skating, is there? For inline skating? For roller skating?
I think when that ordinance was adopted, inline skates didn't exist, but I don't know if it talks about other devices.
I think it just says skateboards.
Maybe it's just
Now we're making it illegal to roller skate with
no,
this?
no, actually,
No.
all you're saying is in the temporary skate park, you can roller skate.
Yeah.
You're saying.
You're allowing skateboards, scooters, inline skates, or roller skates in the temporary park.
Okay.
So 10.28.030 safety equipment required in any skateboard, park, or facility owned or operated by the town. Any person riding a non-motorized skateboard, scooter, inline skates, or roller skates shall wear a helmet, elbow pads, and knee pads pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 115.800. The town shall cause a sign or signs to be posted at any such park, singular, or facility, providing reasonable notice of subsection A of this section, stating that any person failing to comply with subsection A of this section will be guilty of an infraction and subject to citation, and making all parties who may use such park or facility aware of the language of Government Code Section 831.7 concerning hazardous recreational activities. C, any person who fails or refuses to comply with the provisions of this section and who is injured while using the skateboard park or facility shall be deemed negligent. And then there's Section 3 SEQA. The town council hereby determines that this ordinance is exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act, SEQA, California Public Resources Code, Section 21,000 et sec, pursuant to the state SEQA guidelines, Section 15303, which is in 14 California Code of Regulations 15303. This ordinance is covered by the Class 3 SEQA categorical exemption for construction of new small facilities or structures, installations of small new equipment and facilities, excuse me, in small structures, and the conversion of existing small structures from one use to another where only minor modifications are made in the exterior of the structure. The adoption of this ordinance may result in the designation from time to time of small portions. Well, here we go. We got to fix this. May result in the designation from time to time of small portions of a publicly owned parking lot, singular, or other facility as areas in which skateboards, non-motorized skateboards, scooters, inline skates, or roller skates may be used, period. The town council hereby directs the town manager or his or her designee to prepare and file a notice of exemption within 5 business days following adoption of this ordinance. Section 4 is a severability clause. Is it okay if I just say that Section 4 stays the same as what is printed in the packet? And Chance, are you raising your hand?
Yeah, I just had one question about that. The second to last sentence in Section 3. I think it still had or other facilities, but I was wondering if instead of that, it was just similar to the other stuff that the adoption of this ordinance may result in the designation from time to time of a small portion of the Pavilion Bank Street public parking lot.
Well, we can do that, of a small portion, singular, of the Pavilion / Bank Street
Yeah.
public parking lot.
I wouldn't say small, that's kind of hard to define, a portion.
The reason we do that is because this is the CEQA exemption we're coming under. And so relatively speaking, it's a small portion in order to fit under the CEQA exemption.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so severability stays the same as in your packet. Effective date and posting, Section 5 stays the same as well. We add a new Section 6 that says sunset date. This ordinance shall terminate and be of no further force or effect at midnight on April 3rd, 2023. Period. And then the foregoing ordinance was introduced at a meeting, etc. The signature clock, that block is the same. Is that acceptable?
Yes,
Okay.
I would like to move that.
Okay.
I would like to move that we introduce and read by title only the ordinance which you just specifically named, and which our attorney specifically named, with the changes that were outlined by our town attorney.
Second.
You actually have to read the title though.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to introduce and read by title only an ordinance adding sections 10.2.8.020, and it's called Designated Skate Park Area, singular, and 10.2.8.030 safety equipment acquired, to chapter 10.828 of the Fairfax Municipal Code entitled Skateboards, setting forth procedures for authorizing a designated
portion
of the pavilion / Bank Street parking lot,
public parking lot, as a skating facility.
As a skating facility and requiring use of safety equipment.
Yes, thank you.
Categorically exempt from CEQA under CEQA guidelines, section 15303, class 3.
There you go.
Second.
All right, roll call. Barbara?
Yes.
After all that? Okay. Renee?
Yes.
All right, Chance?
Yes.
Stephanie?
Yes.
And I will vote yes, except we actually almost read it in its entirety, not by.
That's right. That's right. We did.
Good.
Thank you.
I just have one final question. How do we track these things when they are sort of up for sunsetting?
Typically, typically in the past, if we believe this is still an item of interest for the council, then we definitely point it out to you. These are things you're going to have to do depending on what you're going to do. So,
but does the software system actually have a mechanism that so it's all just.
It's staff driven based on our knowledge. Because a lot of times, yes, there are some ordinances where no one says anything. That's because the council never wanted to renew it. And so it just expired. But yes, on this one, I think it'd be pretty safe to say that we'll be able to track this one, because I think just the process for a permanent and your temporary is always going to be at the forefront of this council's discussions.
You could put a calendar reminder in your phone, Stephanie.
Google Calendar.
On it.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. It is a little after 10 o'clock, so we should probably talk about the rest of the agenda. What we had talked about earlier was moving number 9 up to where it would be next. That's the oral status update on the permanent skate park. And then after that, number 7, and then which is Cascade Drive. And there are still quite a few people, 18 people as attendees. So I am imagining there are people who are hoping we would get to something. My guess it's at Cascade Drive, but we'll see.
So Mayor, I would like to request of council that we try to cover number 8 at the end. It may be in the wee hours, but it is really important that that's time sensitive.
I've got the stamina.
Thank you.
I'm good to cover the rest of them. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a matter of what order to do them in so that we don't keep the public waiting any more than necessary.
We should start with item 7. I think we kind of already heard 9, but I think we can cover 9 at the end. And I think we've got folks waiting for Cascade Drive, so I would prefer that we do that now rather than even
Okay.
spending a few minutes on the oral report, which we kind of already heard.
Okay, and if that be the will of the council, then I will be recusing myself. So I'm going to turn off my camera and I will be back after item 7. I live on Cascade Drive in the section that you're discussing. So I'll see you guys soon.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, item 7. Garrett, would you begin with a staff report?
Sure. Item 7 is requesting the council to consider the questionnaire results for the Cascade Drive restriping project, the updated traffic speed survey, and provide direction to staff regarding the disposition of the project. I'm not going to go through a lot of the background other than to point out, you may recall in September of last year, the council considered the responses to a previous questionnaire, the traffic speed survey, and the options regarding the project. And at that time, the council directed the traffic engineer to add a dash yellow center line within the curved areas and the segments between the curved areas, making minor adjustments to the fog lines if needed. Fog lines are the white lines on the side of the road. And that's what we actually moved forward with in December. So last December 2020, we actually moved forward with adding a dash yellow center line in that area. Now, what I thought I would do is touch on the survey results. And what we did was we actually issued a supplemental report because the survey actually closed Tuesday. When did we close it? I guess Tuesday morning, technically. It's supposed to close in the evening, but if it wasn't closed, we actually then closed it on Tuesday morning. And so at that time, maybe if I could touch on this briefly, is for, the results where we ended up with 105 responses, of which 61 were registered responses. Of the 61 registered responses, 4 were not living Fairfax residents. Obviously, the other 57 were, and there were 44 unregistered responses. All registered means it allows us to determine if people would live within the town limits, and we know that they won't vote more than once. Unregistered, we really don't know where they live, and they could technically, I guess, try to vote more than once, but we don't believe that's really the case. So in comparison, Friday, you had 76 total responses. So you gained 29 between last Friday and Tuesday morning. So what we found when we compared the results from, I'll call the final report versus the Friday report, that it looked like the majority of that 29 probably selected responses that either said, restore the project back to its original striping condition, or anything about they didn't like or dislike the project. So that's probably where the majority of the 29 added responses. Whether or not things are significant, that's kind of depending on your perspective. As I run through the questions, I'll kind of point out where maybe there's some differences between the final and the Friday report. So questions 1, 2, and 3, it was all about where you lived on Cascade, right? So of the 105, 71 said they lived in the Cascade neighborhood. Of that, 42 actually said they lived in Cascade Drive. 10 lived in that curved straightaway kind of section we refer to as the curved section. 6 lived to the east, and 31 lived to the west of that section of roadway. Question 4, that had to do with, we asked respondents if they felt safer or less safe driving in Cascade than before adding the added dash center line. The final report said 39%, which is slightly higher than the Friday report, where 41 respondents said they felt less safe. The oddity of just statistics is 35.5%, 37 people said they felt safer. That percentage is exactly the same as the percentage in the Friday report, although more people responded, and 15% or slightly less than they said in Friday said they felt about the same. Question 5, again, asked respondents if they felt safer or less safe walking or bicycling on Cascade than before we added the dash yellow center line. The final report, again, the percentage is a little higher than the Friday report, but it said 39%, 41 responses said they felt left safe. Approximately 18% or 19 people said they felt safer. That again is slightly higher than the Friday report. And 28% said they felt about the same. That percentage is a little lower than the Friday, but the number of respondents is a little higher. Question 6, asked respondents why they felt less safe. And you can select more than one answer here. So the majority selected lanes are too narrowed for oversized vehicles. They cross over the dash yellow lines. The other choice was cars still park in the white line areas. About 46% said it was unclear whether I could move over the fog lines, and 35% approximately said vehicles aren't slowing down. Oops, that was the Friday report, but the final report, I think the only difference there is more people selected the lanes are too narrow for oversized vehicles. But the whole purpose here was to give an idea why respondents felt less safe. Question 7 had to do with they support keeping the dash yellow center line if we made additional modifications. In the final report, 36% approximately, or 38 people said yes. Approximately 28%, 29 people said no. 36% or 38 people selected don't know, depends. The percentages are slightly different from what the Friday report said. The question number 8 had to do with preferences. If the recent traffic survey indicated traffic speeds remained the same with the added dash yellow center line. The final report said 57% or 60 people said no, we still want to restore the original striping with the double yellow center line. The other preferences for keeping the current striping or some variations thereof of that was about 37% or 39 people. Those percentages actually stayed pretty similar to the Friday report. Question 9, overall impressions of the dash yellow center line. Final report said 52 strongly disliked or disliked, and that was 49.5%. Approximately 29.5%, 31 people selected strongly liked or liked. Approximately 21% were neutral. Now, this did differ significantly on question 9 from the Friday report, because the Friday report said that 47% strongly disliked or disliked, and 34% versus 29% selected the strongly liked or liked, but more and less people were neutral. So if you're looking at percentages, that was kind of a little difference there. Question 10 had to do with you thought we still need traffic calming. The final report, 44 people, or that's about 42% said yes, 45% or 47 people said no. Question 11 had to do, if you selected no, if you didn't think it was needed additional traffic calming or needed traffic calming measures, why? Friday, in the final report, 26% said vehicles still drive the same speed regardless of the traffic calming measures. 34% selected pedestrians or cyclists were safer, as safe before as any restriping project. So question 12 had to do with the overall preferences for the project. So in the final report, it said 52%, or about 55 people select the option, eliminate the striping, restore it to its previous condition. Previous condition meaning double yellow center line. Approximately 42% or 44 people combined said keep the current striping project with the added dash yellow center line, or keep the current striping with the yellow dash center line with some modifications, or restore it back to the two-way section. So that on the final report, interestingly, is fairly similar to the Friday report. The Friday report, maybe percentage-wise, had 1% more people saying eliminate the striping, and in the final report, maybe 1% more for saying keep it. So I'm not sure. That's just how information comes out. So that was just trying to give you a summary on the questionnaire. I don't know if it's overwhelming one way or another. If the changes between final and Friday, I think that'd be up to the council to decide if you thought anything was significant. We did do an updated speed survey, and the traffic engineer is here to actually talk about that and some other things if you like. And what we found for the updated speed survey, and the staff report compares it to speed survey conducted in December 2019, August 2020, and we conducted this early part of January 11th. and the speeds both westbound and eastbound dropped by about half, well, going eastbound, it dropped by about a half mile per hour compared to the August 2000 survey, and westbound speeds dropped by 0.4 of a mile per hour on the westbound. Traffic engineer observes 100 vehicles, so 50 in each direction. We did ask them to take a look at oversized vehicles during that sample period. They said they reported 3 oversized vehicles during that period that appeared to cross over the center line. They said a bus, a moving truck, and AT&T maintenance truck. They thought they moved over across the center line due to the width of the vehicle with its extended side mirrors. In terms of your options this evening, it's somewhat similar to previous options you had. Obviously, you could choose to remove the striping, restore the double yellow center. You keep the current striping project with the dash yellow center. You could keep the current dash yellow center with additional modifications like adding no parking on the pavement signs. You could go back to restoring it to the two-way section. And so you have some variations. You can continue to monitor it. We think that staff's perspective is we think speeds have dropped a little bit more. You did have a survey. I don't know, like I said, if it was strongly one way or the other. We kind of think maybe you just add in some more signage and no markings on the pavements, just markings on the pavement say no parking on the pavement, and see if that helps overall with the project. So with that, I think that's the staff report, and I do know the traffic engineer is here, and he might want to provide some additional clarification that I may have missed from the previous project.
I just have a quick question before we get to Lucy, if that's okay, on the data. And I meant to ask you about this earlier, Garrett. So you might not have this handy, but one of the reasons, and I see, I believe she's called in a resident in the Cascades named Minna Kim suggested to us for the survey. And I think it was it questions 1 through 3 about asking where you live, because, you know, your experience driving, you know, where it differs, right? And the safety perception changes where you live, whether it's past Laurel, et cetera. And so do we have the results broken out by the point on of where they address questions? Do we have those results? We do.
Yeah. For that, what we asked is we described the area as the curve restripe section, and we asked, did you live? 6 said they lived to the east, 31 said they lived to the west, and 10 actually lived in the section. And then of the rest of the people that live in the Cascade, they just lived in the Cascade area.
Okay, so the bulk of the responders were sort of in that deeper, I guess, the west section? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, of the 40 people who actually lived on Cascade Drive, yes, that'd be correct. 31 said they live west of the section.
Okay. Well, 31 of the 105 responders?
Yes, 31 of the 105 responders, 42 actually said they lived on Cascade Drive. And of the 42, 31 lived west. So
okay.
That's how they responded.
It's 31 of the 40, whatever, 41?
42,
42, okay, so that's the vast majority, okay. And then do we know how they responded in terms of preference?
Well, no, you would actually have to go into the survey, and we'd have to look up all the individual surveys and try to tabulate it in that fashion, because this is an aggregate.
Okay.
So, and I'm trying to go back to see. Okay, yeah. So I'm just going to try to make sure the numbers, because the numbers 31, 6, maybe they don't add up quite right relative to 42. But the only way to see that is we'd have to go back and look at the actual responses to see who lived where and what they thought.
Okay. because I think they are a key stakeholder group, right? Going in and in that deeper sort of curvier section, right? I mean, everybody is a stakeholder, but those folks that, you know, obviously live on the street and are going in and out potentially several times a day. I think okay, so I've said enough. Thank you. Go ahead.
Chance?
I think Barbara or
Okay, Barbara.
On the speed study, or whatever we call it, speed survey, maybe you could remind me of before we did the removal of the lines, what the speed survey showed before we did anything, which I think that was done in November or something. So do we know what the speed average was before we did anything? Because I mean, I know you say in your speed survey, the average speed samples are approximately 0.5 miles per hour lower than 2020, but looking at the 85th percentile, there's really no big difference. There's no statistically significant difference in any of those. And I'm just wondering if before we did anything, were the speeds much higher? I don't remember all those discussions.
You can ask the trafficking chair, but what I recall is back then, we didn't have any data from before the striping project.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Right. So we didn't have, that's what I recall. We didn't have any speed data. And I think someone mentioned maybe there was something done in 2016, but neither us or the traffic engineer could find any such data.
So hindsight is 2020, but it would have been good to do that before we decided to make this change. But I guess there would have been a lot. And the other thing about this that I'm not sure how to answer this question, but when people had this survey, and I worked at the Air District for a number of years, and we did surveys all the time for things like wood smoke, and nobody said that it was scientifically significant, but surveys are well known to give good ideas of trends. But one of the things that confused me about this, and perhaps you can help me, I'm glad we did this, but I think some of the people who answered the question about do you like the dashed yellow line or not, there could have been two choices in people's minds. At least I had the choices in my mind. Do I like that better than not having anything, which is what we had for a while? Or would I, you know, there is one question that talks about going back to the very old way of the double yellow line. So I'm not sure if the survey to me might have been confusing to some people. Did we get any feedback on the survey that, I mean, some people may have thought, okay, well, dash yellow line is better than nothing, so I like it better than when there was nothing there. But then it doesn't really ask the question, do you like it better than when there was something, the double line? Did we get any feedback on the survey that they weren't really clear on what they were being asked? Because it confused me, frankly.
So the only way to figure that out is we would have to go and look at the summary responses, because for others, everyone can select that, and you'd have to go in and we'd have to print out a report of all those comments or look at them individually. So the short answer is no, I don't recall, but I don't know how many people said they had concerns.
Can I address that? Can I just, sorry, Chance. So there's, the survey had several questions, and you know, there's a lot that you want to glean from the community, but there's one preference question that I think you want to hone in on. And I happen to have a screenshot out of it, and it says, my preference is that the town select one of the following. And there's 4 options. The first is eliminate the restriping and restore the original configuration with a double yellow line and no fog lines. The second option is keep the current striping plan with the dashed yellow center line with modifications to be determined. The third is keep the current striping configuration with the dashed yellow center line. And the fourth is restore the two-way traffic section with no added dashed yellow center line.
And tell me, so I like that question too. That was the only one that really jumped out at me that was like kind of clear. What number was that again?
12.
It's number 12. Okay, yeah, that one, because the other ones confused me a little bit. So thank you for that clarification. That's helpful.
Yep.
Thank you.
I had one quick question, although I really liked some of the things that Vice Mayor Hellman has been bringing up about stratification of the different results based on the geography as opposed to compiling everything. But the one question is for the traffic engineers that did the study, the half a mile average and the 0.4 of a mile average decrease eastbound and westbound respectively, I believe. Are those are means, right? That's a mean average. I'm curious what the median would be as well, or the mode. But yeah, just curious about that. Thanks.
So we can actually get that answer if we want to do that. Just to remind us, we're still getting answers to questions before we go to public comment, but that sounds like a good question. Is Mr. Parisi available quickly to answer that question? And also just to confirm that we don't have any traffic speed data from before any changes were made. Because I had asked that. Well, you said you didn't.
So, right. If either Andrew or David Parisi could just raise their hand so Michelle can
Oh, there we go.
let you speak.
Okay.
Would you like me just to unmute them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you would.
I've unmuted you, Parisi Transportation.
There we go.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. David Parisi.
David, yeah. Hi.
Hi, traffic engineer at Parisi Transportation. So when we do the surveys, we typically get between 50 and 100 vehicles. And the two parameters that are important for speed surveying are the mean speed, which is what we reported, and then the 85th percentile, because the 85th percentile is what is used for actually developing speed limits, posted speed limits. And so I'd have to go back and look in the data for the median. That's not usually a parameter that is used. However, the mean is, and then the 85th percentile. We don't usually see a huge shift in the 85th percentile on a street like this after these traffic calming measures were put in place, because what that means is that number is at what point are 15% of the people driving at or above. What we did experience based on observations, though, is that after the implementation of the fog lines and before the center lines were put in, certainly visual observations at the higher speeds, the folks going 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour, those certainly decreased based on our observations. But nonetheless, what we're seeing for all three surveys after striping was installed was an 85th percentile of 21, which allowed the street to be signed for 15 miles an hour based on state regulations. So hopefully that helped a bit. But if you are interested, I can dig deep and look at what the median numbers are, if that's of interest.
And just from sorry, can I ask a question? From a legal standpoint, because in my opinion, retaining that 15 miles an hour speed limit is critical.
Yeah.
And so mean, that's one thing I think that the whole community is probably, aligned on. So, are we okay? Can we preserve that no matter what at this point? Like, no matter what the configuration is, or, what is our?
No, not necessarily. I think, you need to do the speed surveys based on the configuration at that point in time. If there was a change in the configuration, for instance, we know that before the yellow line was in, we were having, the 85th percentile is 21. We could justify speed limit, posted speed limit of 15. If the roadway went back to how it previously was a few years back with just a yellow center line, but without the edge lines, and therefore with wider lanes, I would expect a higher speed, prevailing speed. And most likely the road would go back to a posted limit of 25, perhaps 20, but certainly not 15 miles an hour, if that makes sense.
Okay. So it's based on the 85 percentile, or so it's not necessarily what it should be. It's just kind of what.
Yeah, it's a quirk, and it's how California speed laws are determined. It would never be higher than 25 because it's called a prima facie residential street based on the density of housing along the street. But I doubt that if it was restored to where it was before, that we would be able to justify a 15-mile-an-hour posted speed limit.
Yeah, and David, I'm guessing that the reason you say that is because you've observed in your years that when you widen the lanes, people go faster.
That's right.
That's what traffic calming is all about, is you set things up in a way that causes people to slow down. So
yes,
curves
that's correct.
Make people slow down, narrower lanes make people slow down, less visibility. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the tools.
In a way,
one of the tools in traffic calming toolbox. Yeah.
So it's kind of a catch-22 when it feels uncomfortable to drive down that road because the lanes are narrower. That also is what is justifying a lower speed limit and actually, in reality, making people go slower.
That's correct.
So that's an interesting thing for the public to ponder as we hear comments on this, because that's kind of a significant insight about that. You calm traffic. Well, what you're really doing is making it kind of uncomfortable to drive down there. And maybe that's what we want. Maybe we don't want to be uncomfortable, but it's a trade-off.
So may I ask a question of David Parisi then, Mayor?
Please.
David, thanks for coming and staying late again. So I have two questions. One is, are you saying if potentially you went back to the line that was originally there before it was changed, but left in the fog lines, that potentially you feel that you could stay at 15 miles per hour? And then the second question is, if we went back to the original lines and took out the fog lines and all the extra stuff, what requires us to do another traffic study to say we lower the speed limit? I mean, we didn't do a traffic study before we got rid of things. So is somebody going to sue us because we didn't do a traffic study to leave it at 15 miles per hour? I mean, we could just, I'm just asking, is there some requirement that we actually do it that would cause us to have liability?
I'll answer your second question first. Per the California guidelines for establishing speed limits, anytime there's a change in the characteristic of a roadway, you're supposed to conduct a new speed survey. Speed surveys are done every 5 years or so. So if again, if there's a change, in my opinion, it'd be incumbent upon the town to conduct a new engineering and traffic survey by a registered traffic engineer and have it certified. So that'd be my recommendation. Would somebody sue you? I don't know, but if, I think if somebody got a ticket, they'd have a good case going to court of the engineering and traffic survey being, or their ticket being, violation being thrown out. So the surveys are only, engineering traffic surveys are only as good as the roadway conditions that they refer to. Back to your first question was if the roadway, I think, was restored to how it was in the latest version before the yellow stripes were added. Is that correct?
No, I'm saying going back to the original version with the yellow stripes down the middle, but leaving the fog lines, and I guess that's what you did.
Yeah.
Would you, so just going back to the old yellow stripe down the middle, down the whole middle, but leaving the other stuff, do you feel that that would change the miles per hour? And just one comment, I've gotten tickets before. I never knew about traffic study. And, that would be a pretty unique individual that would know that you have to have a traffic study to justify a 20 or 25. I'm not saying but anyway, that would be sort of unusual. But okay, go ahead with the idea of what would happen. Do you think we could stay within the 15 miles per hour?
And can I ask for some clarification? I'm confused about which configuration.
So let's say this. Okay. Let's pretend that you never took that double yellow line out of the middle. But instead of that, we asked you to put in these fog lines. And I don't know what all the other configuration things were. I think there were some speed limit signs, but frankly, I'm a little confused about everything that was done out there.
Yeah, okay.
So basically you have what you have now, except you put that line down the whole middle that used to be there.
So there's been 3 basic configurations of the street. Going back a couple years, the first configuration had wider lines and a center line, just like west of the study area, right? That was the original configuration. And then the next configuration was removing the center line and putting in fog line on one side or the other side of the street, which was our recommendation. And that we knew speeds were low enough to justify a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. At the last council meeting, when we discussed this issue, council elected to have installed on top of that the striped yellow center line. That's the configuration we have now. So right. So the last two, the configuration we have now and the configuration we previously had, both would both allowed the signing of a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit.
Okay, wait a minute, David. So you're confusing me more.
I'm sorry.
So, okay, what I'm saying is, let's say we're at number 3 that has a striped center line with the fog line.
Right.
And then you take that striped center line.
Okay.
And you put back the original line, but you don't change the lanes any. You leave those fog lines there. So put back the original yellow line that went all the way during the middle, but you leave the fog lines.
Well, double yellow center line plus fog lines.
Okay, so that's my question. Is that, do you think, because you have that configuration where you have those fog lines, but you put back the original middle line, do you think that that would change the miles per hour from the 15 miles per hour? To me, what I heard you say before is that if it seems like you could potentially stay within the 15 miles per hour with that.
Okay, Garrett, I'm sorry.
If I may, I think what David's referring to is that striped section before had no fog lines and the
Correct.
center line was moved
I
over more.
understand that. You're
But
not
you
telling
couldn't, but you couldn't put the center line back and keep the fog lines where it's at, because that one side would be like, you would be driving over the fog line because the center line has to move over.
Yeah, the double yellow line legally means never cross it. You'll get a ticket if you cross that line.
But we'd have to move it because it was over more. And the fog lines, they'd either be narrowed or taken out because the lane would be wide enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so my scenario could not work.
Right, and to add a little bit more to this, that I think this scenario came up the last time we talked about this a year or so ago, and we said, hey, you know, if a center line is to go back in, it can't be a double yellow with the edge lines in place, because there will be occasion when an oversized vehicle needs to cross that line, and as Garrett mentioned, it'd be illegal to cross a double solid yellow line, so it'd have to be the dash.
Okay. Can I just ask you one follow-up question and then I'll stop?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's my understanding on configuration 3, where we put in the striped center line with the fog lines, that the striped center line didn't go all the way down the middle. It only went to the curve sections. Is that correct? I mean, I've driven it, but frankly, I can't keep track of what.
So there, you know, council asked us if a center line was to go in, where would it make sense? And we suggested perhaps on the most curvy areas. And then the council decided to, in that western section, do it in the curvy areas plus the less curvy areas between those locations. So it became the dash yellow line went into the whole western section.
Okay, so my thoughts are just, if we just had a dash yellow line throughout the whole section. No, I guess I'm just trying to go back to my original question that I had to alter. If we put a dash yellow line down the whole center section, not just on the west side or, you know, just the whole thing, but we kept the fog lines, which I think we could do with a dash yellow line. Do you think we could stay at the 15 miles per hour? I'm kind of going to where Vice Mayor Hellman was going, which to me is, from what I've heard, is more people are interested in having that kind of center point. So David, does that make sense? Would that work? And how do you feel that that would end up with fog lines, with a complete dash yellow lines down the entire center? Do you think we could stay within the 15 miles per hour?
I'm a little confused. I think, I mean, that's what I think we have now, which is the edge line, you know, staggered from one side to the other with the dashed yellow. And Garrett, I think you're nodding, right? That's the configuration that was implemented most recently.
Okay, and that's down the entire center. It's not
Correct.
just part of Cascade Drive. It's kind of everywhere where that double yellow line used to be.
Yeah, but a slightly different location because of how the roadway is aligned.
Okay, understand. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
Any further questions before we go to public comment? We can ask questions afterwards too, but okay, let's go ahead and begin that. Michelle, if you would, and thank you, David. Stick around if you would.
I will. You're welcome.
Okay, so we have two speakers. Minna is first, followed by Steve Wasserman. And Minna, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Mina, and I am a 14-year resident of Cascade Drive. I mean, not Cascade Drive, Canyon Road. I do not know how you could be on this meeting for so long, so I applaud you for this because it's so late and I'm so tired. But I just wanted to make my comment. I think that one of the questions on the survey maybe should have been, you know, if the Cascade Drive residents want the 15 miles an hour? Because that's the first I heard about it. So it makes it seem like the goal is different, to try to slow it down. And I think you're right, Bruce, about the, it's supposed to be uncomfortable, but the uncomfortable part is that there are people parking in the fog lines. There are garbage cans in the road now. Like, people think there's just like more room on the road when it's already so narrow. And, the reason people are slowing down is because they're afraid of having a collision in those corners. And it's like so uncomfortable. I don't know how to solve that issue. You know what I mean? So, and then there's also cars that just don't slow down. They just like fly around, and you just have to like take a chance when you're going around because you can't see, and then there's more cars in the road. And the survey questions were confusing. Like, I didn't know I lived west of the striping area. So I'm glad I answered that correctly. And yeah, I had so much more to say, but I'm so tired. So I applaud you for still being here and listening to our comments.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question though, really quickly?
Yeah.
The first thing you were saying was, I'm just checking to see that I got this right, that one of the problems seems to be that people are putting things like their garbage cans in the area outside of the white lines, and are you saying they didn't used to do that?
Correct. So I've lived here for 14 years, and I've driven that road, 10 times a day sometimes, because I have 2 little kids. And there are garbage cans and cars that are parking on the side of the road. Like, it's not over the fog line, but like within that area. So there's like no room for I drive a minivan, and there's no room for like my side view mirrors. Like, I'm so uncomfortable driving every day in my own neighborhood. And then it makes me worried, like, because we haven't had a lot of rain, and I'm afraid like we're not going to be able to evacuate because it's like a one-way out situation.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish we could have like some emergency exit off towards Bolinas. Like, there's just so many things that are just like so worrisome about it. And
Yeah, well, I'm just wanting to clarify that your perception is that there's more stuff, either garbage cans or cars or whatever, along the side of the road than there were before there were fog lines. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Right. Thank you. That's just helpful to me to know. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Steve Wasserman, followed by Deborah Benson. Steve, you're unmuted now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I spoke earlier. I've lived in the Cascades since 1977. I first lived at 365 Cascade. I now live at One Meadow Way, which is on the corner of Cascade and Meadow. My front door is on Cascade. I love the 15 miles an hour. It's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And I walk to town a lot. I ride my bike, to San Quentin and back. I take my grandkids in strollers on Cascade. Having the fog lines have been really great. I really think it's been an improvement. Having the dotted yellow line in the middle, it's fine. I think that's okay. I disagree with the previous speaker. I don't think there's more garbage cans and there's more cars than there has been. I've lived there, as I said, since 1977, and go there back and I used to drive more. Now I walk more. A couple of things. One, I tried to do the survey. I couldn't do the survey on my iPad or my phone because it was forcing me, the company you use was forcing you to give them privacy information and download an app and do all these crazy things. I complained to the town about it. I think that the people you use are unreasonable. So I couldn't do the survey. My wife couldn't do the survey because we will not participate in something where I have to download something onto my iPhone or my or my iPad in order to do that. So I thought that was totally unreasonable. Also, what I think needs to be done, there's only a few signs that say 15 miles an hour. There's one right in front of my house when you start to go in to the area, and there's one, and then the other signs only when you get to a curve. And what I do when I see is, I would say more than half of the cars that come down Laurel, there needs to be on the pavement, either turning right off of Laurel onto Cascade or left onto Cascade. There needs to be 15 painted in the roadway, because they come down Laurel and they turn left to go toward town. And then the first 15-mile-an-hour sign is way down the road just before the curve. And so they go really fast. They think it's 25 until they get to the curve, instead of having that whole section, you know, from Meadow Way all the way to the flat part or town is 15. But people don't believe that because you don't have it painted right, going in both directions on Cascade from Laurel. So I think that's important. I told you about the survey. Oh, the thing about having the survey, I'm a retired lawyer. I defended traffic tickets. Anytime you get a lawyer and you have a traffic ticket, you subpoena or you request that the survey be in court. And if it's not in court, you win. So that you have to have the survey in order to have it, if it's going to be a different miles per hour, because there's the basic speed law, and the cop has to say that based on the conditions and the traffic, that the reasonable speed is X miles an hour to say you're in violation of the posted speed limit, but there has to be a survey in court otherwise the defendant wins the ticket.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen.
All right, thanks.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Richard Applebaum. Deborah, you're unmuted.
Hello, Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive. I'm very tired. I'm also very tired of this configuration of the road, which was visited upon us pretty much under the dark of night with no warning, no communication whatsoever. The road feels so dangerous driving. I've been driving this road for 27 years. I've been walking this road, bicycling on this road, and it feels even more dangerous since this this broken stripe has been put in. There's so many near misses with both people speeding and with bigger vehicles. I talk to my neighbors, they have near misses all the time. And the survey was really skewed. There was no way to say, until the last question, I don't like it at all. I want it put back the way that it was. And according to your results, the majority of the people want it put back into its original form. Chief Morin was finally asked after the fact about his opinion, and he said it's unsafe. It was safer before. He was asked, he said cars are parked where they were never parked before, which is true. They're parked into the fog lines. He said that he could not ticket them because he had to measure from a double yellow line being in the center of the road to the side in order to ticket a car that's parked illegally. Evacuation, this is hindering our evacuation. The whole deal with FireSafe was coming through the Cascades and creating a rectangular box so that, according to Todd Lando, the cars could get as far to one side as possible so that they could get out and the fire vehicles could come in. Well, that can't happen now. It's so scary. And this is my ongoing plea, put this back to its original configuration. I drive this road. People don't drive 15 miles an hour where the signs are. They drive 20 or 25 miles an hour. People are not driving any more slowly than they used to. There were no accidents in the last 20 years due to speed before this whole change happened. And people drove carefully when they encountered a pedestrian or a bicyclist and slowed down or stopped if necessary. And these fog lines give, I think, pedestrians a false sense of security and is making it more dangerous for them and more dangerous for all of us. It's just scary as heck every day driving down that road. And I implore you to put it back the way that it was. Nobody was asked. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Richard Applebaum, and there is no hand after Richard. You're unmuted.
Thank you. So I just want to point out that for those of us that live up off of Laurel, we travel on Cascade just as much as the people who live on Cascade. So I'm not sure that's a meaningful distinction to only isolate the people who actually live on Cascade, other than the ones who are adjacent to the fog lines. What I would just try to offer is a couple, just to kind of break down the issues in a little bit of a different organizational way than maybe has been so far. At one point where we now have the dash lines, for a period of time, there was no line at all. That was disastrous. And so whether it's a double line, a single line, or a dash line, it's extremely important and helpful that we continue to have some kind of visual differentiation between the two presumed lanes, particularly in the curvy area. So I would think about that stretch of the road from the standpoint of needing that clear visual delineation. I personally have slowed down and become much more careful and much more aware of doing 15 or even less. And I do it almost throughout that entire neighborhood now, mostly because this issue's come up publicly and I've heard all the neighbors down there's concerns about it. And I don't think I was ever like blazing through there, but I've definitely become more conscious. And so it's a shame. I would wish everybody to do that, but I 100% support keeping that stretch that is 15, 15, and whatever else you do about lines, keep that area 15. It's a good thing. To the gentleman who was talking about the turns of those of us coming down Laurel, turning right or left, it might not be a bad idea to have a sign. You can have the speed limit there, but really it's just maybe a sign that says something like slow down, narrow, curvy, you know, just a reminder for those who are whipping around. But I would point out, since I have to do that left turn almost daily, some of the neighbors there, you know, it's not a great spot for parking for the folks that live down there, and they really jam in there sometimes. And the perception of like, I'm in my driveway and I'm technically not sticking out is very different than the neighbor who called in and said she was worried about her side view mirrors and stuff. It's a really fine line. Some people should walk down there from the city and notice, you know, when you're turning, you're moving at any lengths of speed, you know, you don't want to like inadvertently smack into the back of someone's car. And so they may be technically not dipping into the street, but they're so close to the edge that you feel like you have to leave this extra buffer, and it forces you to move over a little bit. So I would just ask the neighbors down there to really take a look from the standpoint of those of us that are passing their parked cars, how far out they are. I haven't seen garbage pails myself, but maybe they're there. The other issue is the fog line. I think that's the big thing. And I understand that the folks down there appreciate the fog line. I've seen people biking, walking, and strollers inside the fog line, but that's where we've lost space on the road. And so that's really I think that's a way of thinking about some of this framing is, does the fog line stay or does the fog line go? So for me, it's keep it 15, keep a line that delineates, particularly around the curve, and make a decision on whether you want to keep the fog line or remove the fog line. And that's really, I think, mostly what it's boiling down to. Thank you.
The next speaker is Frank Edgar, followed by Janet Fitzgerald. Frank, you're unmuted.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. Frank Edgar, 13 Meadowway. We purchased our home in December of 1962. So I'm speaking for Save Fairfax tonight. The double yellow center line between Meadowway and the flats at 155 Cascade had been in place for 50 or 60 years. Only 0.5% of Cascade residents participated in this survey. Parisi's online polling was really what is called a push poll. They designed this poll and asked for comments in 3 of the questions, but none of those comments were included in the published reports. They need to be published online so we can all see what those who did respond commented on their comment lines. The 0.5% of Cascade Drive residents is really a tiny fraction, you know, with 1,500 folks living in the Cascades. The majority of those commented supported putting the double yellow center line back. Our former police chief said Cascade Drive was safer before with the double yellow center line. Parisi said, well, with the double yellow center line, you really can't have a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. So Corte Madera has a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit coming off the ridge from Mill Valley on Corte Madera Avenue. And the county of Marin has a posted 15-mile-an-hour speed limit around the Nicasio Square on the Nicasio Road to the Petaluma Point Race Road. Cascade Drive has a publicly owned 40-foot public right-of-way. Unfortunately, Fairfax allows cars to park on the sidewalk areas and forces pedestrians to walk in the street. Some residents have constructed retaining walls in the public right-of-way and creating safety issues for both pedestrians and vehicles alike. Other residents have planted hedges and bamboo in the right-of-way, and then again, others have placed logs and boulders in the public right-of-way, forcing pedestrians into the street. The new westbound lane is too narrow. A vehicle traveling north on Cascade in front of Steve Wasserman's home on the center caused me to move to the right, and I clipped our side view mirror and cracked the glass on a garbage can that was sitting in the public right-of-way in the lane. That cost us $78 to replace. This past Saturday afternoon, we were driving home just past 155 Cascade Drive and starting up the grade. Councilmember Goddard was coming down Cascade on her bike in the bike pedestrian lane. A car passing her gave room and crossed that single broken line and came into my southbound lane. To avoid a head-on accident, I had to jam the brakes on. It would have happened right there, a head-on accident. And Councilmember Goddard would have been involved in the accident because the cars would have been splattered all over the place. People drive too fast, no matter what the lane configuration. Every personal injury lawyer in Marin is watching this project. Since Cascade Drive is our only fire emergency evacuation route, I urge you to return to the original double center lines and take back portions of the public right-of-way that have been taken over and give pedestrians a real refuge from vehicles. Again, only 0.5% of Cascade Drive residents participated in the survey. If Fairfax wanted a real survey, it should be mailed to every household past 155 Cascade Drive, including Meadow, Canyon, Laurel, Madrone, Pine, Cypress, and Toyon. If the white line is a fog line, it is not a pedestrian bike lane. Please return Cascade Drive double yellow center lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Janet Fitzgerald, followed by Steve. And Janet, you're unmuted. You might have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks. Sorry for the delay. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know we are all tired, so I can't speak about statistics, which is probably a good thing because it's too late for that. But I want to make some general comments. So I'm on Canyon Road, 56 Canyon Road, and our members of our street, approximately 12 were able to attend a meeting, and then there were others who attended online and others who couldn't attend, but part of it was about this topic. And I'm not designated to speak for the group formally, but I would just say the takeaway is that everyone at the meeting was in agreement that the road felt less safe after the changing of the striping. So my comments are pretty much in sync with Frank Edgar, that we feel less safe. We're concerned about fire evacuation. I observe all the things that Frank observed too about, and others as mentioned. Garbage cans are in the road. There is one retaining wall that feels like it's in the road. I don't know, but it should be checked. I can't give you the address right now, but it's a red brick wall. Garbage cans in the street, the parking is a problem that I had not noticed before. It does seem worse and I don't know why, but I'm sure you probably have a better idea about that. So I have concerns. I really worry about the kids when school does start back. I see, kids were biking to school. I don't know what's going to happen. So I worry about them. And I think that there's a couple other things I'd like to add that maybe haven't been mentioned is that, well, there was a mention of more signs. I'd like to see a whole lot more signs. And maybe if you do another survey, we can have a section about that. But yes, please find a way to post the comments. I think a lot of us did try to give suggestions with these comments. And that was one of mine, is a lot more signs. Also, I'm thinking about an orange blinking light that around the area of the most dangerous curve that some of us have talked about to really slow things down. And one reason, besides all the other reasons given, is that we've just received a notice from the county, parks, Marin County Parks, about the possibility of 2 new bridges being put in at the open space. And there's a concern that that is going to bring in a whole lot more people and more traffic and parking. And like some of the residents who've been here a long time, they kind of know, oh, we should watch out for bikers and deer. No one's mentioned deer yet, but we got a lot of deer, right? And if we have a lot of new people coming in, it could be a real problem. They are not going to know that there's deer and little kids, and so they may not be as cautious as some of the residents are. And so I just am in big favor of a lot more signs and the possibility of an orange blinking light at that corner to really let people know, or maybe even a sign that says honk your horn, because it's almost a blind corner. And if you have to make your way around a garbage can or a parked car, or there could be a real problem. So that's I hope those are helpful suggestions, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to voice our concerns and for the survey as well.
Thank you, Janet.
The next speaker is Steve, and that looks like the last raised hand. Steve, you're unmuted.
Hello, Steve, 600 Cascade, 27-year resident. Speaking again on this issue, just want to reiterate how this project was a blindside. The new striping was done in the dark, figuratively laid out. Where's Fairfax Police Department? Where's Ross Valley Fire Department? Where's their input? The expert Parisi Engineering, one of the meetings said that you always involve the community first. We weren't involved. Tonight, I hear him say that you need to conduct a speed survey before you make any changes. That was never done. The road is more than uncomfortable. It's downright scary. The center yellow line needs to go back in. There are trash cans between Laurel and Meadow all week long out in the road right next to the brick retaining wall. It's leaning out into the roadway. One of my big frustrations with this project is trust in the town manager. His results on this supplemental staff report were so misleading. All you need to do is what Stephanie pointed out. Look at question 12. 55-9. 55 people do not want the yellow line back how it was with no fog lines. Only 9 people like it the way it is now. That he combines 4 answers together and gives such a misleading answer. He's so vested in his mistake that his result it's not correct. His review of the survey results does not reflect what the few people that participated in it stated on it. It's unfortunate that that there's a lack of trust in the process. And I really don't have much more to say except for be echoing what others have said, that the fog lines have created a space that people feel safe in. But I tell you, if I'm coming around a corner and that UPS truck's coming the other way, and it's going to be tough to hit the front of a UPS truck or have to take out somebody pushing a stroller that thinks it's safe around a blind corner. I don't know how the neighbors will like a blinking yellow light on the blind corners or me honking my horn every morning when I go out. We didn't have these problems for 27 years. Why this got thrown on my daily commute and ruined our nice country road, I'll never understand. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeffrey Bolt, followed by Mark Bell. And Jeffrey, you're unmuted.
You need to unmute yourself, Jeffrey. There we go. Not hearing you though. We're not hearing anything, Jeffrey. It might be your microphone's not working or something. Okay. Yeah,
Sorry,
go
would you
ahead,
like me to go to the next speaker?
Let's go ahead and go to the next speaker and then come back to Jeffrey.
Okay, that is Mark Bell. Mark, you're unmuted now.
Thanks, Michelle. So in essence, if there was no data to begin with, then all of these changes in essence are illegal. Therefore, restoring the roadway to how it was should be no issue. When you even look at what's been done, it's really been pretty absurd. You have the fog lines, but really all they're doing is narrowing the road that people think they can drive on because people are parked on the other side of the fog lines. So maybe you've gained 3 inches of space while you've lost inches in the roadway itself. California Municipal Code says that a vehicle can be 8.5 feet wide. So, and if your roadway is a 16 and you have 2 vehicles coming and each is 8.5 feet, you do the math. Also, we went out and I measured various sections of it, and there's even a place where the space is maybe 15 feet or 15 feet 6 inches. So what you're looking at are accidents waiting to happen. The whole thing, number one, is illegal. A second grader could figure out the math that you can't have 16 feet of roadway if you can have 17 feet of vehicle. Other questions are, why is there a passing lane on a curve, but there's a double yellow line on a flat? You would think that if there's a curve, that's where you would put a double yellow line so that people know that they can't pass. Why, how come every other road virtually in California on a curve is a double yellow line, not a broken yellow line? Oh, it means you don't pass on curves. So the whole thing needs to go back to how it was. And I've asked this question before, and of course have never gotten an answer, is how much has this cost the town so far? When this first came up, we were told that it was all covered by a grant, and that's untrue. So how much money has been spent by the town on all of this? And now we're being told if we want to put it back to how it was before, which is what the majority of people clearly stated they wanted, that we now have to pay for another traffic study because we need to be legal, but to do the thing to begin with, we were totally illegal, makes no sense. So again, what's the dollar figure? The special consultant driving from the Sierras, how much was that? How much has Parisi been paid? How much have crews been paid, et cetera? And I would like answers to questions. This is why I get upset at the town council, because you only answer the questions you want to answer. You don't answer questions that I pose.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
The next speaker, it looks like the former speaker is no longer here. So the one with technical difficulties, so we could move on to Linda. I've unmuted you if you're ready.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'm using Linda's computer. I'm Jeff. She is my wife. Live up here in the Cascade Canyon area, and I'm going to reiterate what a lot of great people have said, and a lot of great ideas. We're all worried up here in the Cascades with the fires coming up and whatnot, and we're just a little bit worried about the whole situation. There was no traffic study before they decided in the middle of the night, as others has said, paraphrasing, and right after that election in November, I don't think Barbara or any of the other city council members knew anything about this sudden change where one day we woke up and the double yellow lines were gone. We're not sure how that is, as Mike said, even legal, that you could, without talking to anybody, surveying any of the citizens, people directly affected by it, and change, take away the double yellow lines. It was just unfortunate. We tried to do kind of a little bit of sleuthing, and it kind of will follow the money. Does anybody know exactly how much this survey, I mean, the traffic change cost the city?
I don't know the answer to that. No.
Pardon me?
I don't know the answer to that. No.
Seems like somebody should know that and have it on the tip of their tongue. I understand that a lot of the money for the funds came from Safe Roads to School, which is kind of an offshoot of the Marin Bicycle Coalition, of which I know that David Parisi and his wife are very much involved with, as is Renee. So the people up here in the Cascades, after all of this distress that Mike was talking about and others have mentioned too, it's just, okay, now it's becoming odd and bizarre and weird. All of a sudden we wake up, we have the double yellow lines gone. There's money that's coming from sources that are confusing, and the city has paid 20,000, 19,000, I think was the last figure, but it had to cost much more than that. If we go back and redo them and put them the way they were, the way the city, the way the people want it to be, the way it was before, and start from scratch. Let's put it to a vote. Let's do a survey, all the people up here. Let it get us involved. Let us have a say. Chief Martin had never even been consulted. That's just absurd. Before that one morning, he woke up and saw the double yellow lines were gone. So something is wrong. Fog, just if you want to look at it, reiterate what everyone else has said, the fog lines are confusing. People, everybody, the garbage people, you have your garbage out there every Wednesday night. Tonight, everybody's got their garbage cans out on the street. That's the way we do it in Fairfax. Tonight's a very dangerous night to be driving. Tomorrow morning will be even more dangerous if you're trying to get downtown, because there'll be garbage cans everywhere. It's really a mess, and it should never, ever, ever have happened. The rest of the city council, Barbara, I know you were uninformed. You were the mayor. You woke up totally surprised. How did this happen? Where did the money come from? And Renee recused herself, not because she lives on the street where it's happening, because she was directly involved in this crazy endeavor. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And do the right thing.
Okay, thank you. Hope we can figure out what the right thing is. That's, I'd be happy to do the right thing. Just need to know what it is. Is there anybody else, Michelle?
And, no, Mayor, there are no other hands raised if you want to close the public comment.
So we'll close public comment, and I'm wishing that I had asked this question maybe to some of the commenters, but can I just ask a quick question if anybody knows this? Back in the day, before any changes were done, I seem to remember these cute homemade signs on Cascade saying, what was it on Cascade where it said 22 miles an hour stress-free zone, or am I getting that wrong, that that's not the street that it was on? That there were homemade signs to slow the traffic down.
So I don't think any of us live on that road and probably are not on it all the time. I think I remember a couple of those little kids playing signs, but I'm not on that road very frequently. So, and maybe
Mina is raising her hand, and so
Oh.
is Frank, if you want to hear from them.
I would actually like to hear the answer to that, if you don't mind. Michelle, could you just pop in Mina really quickly and Frank really quickly, but let's really try to keep this quick.
Hi, sure. Yes. Yes, so there is definitely a stress limit. If they call a stress limit, 22 miles an hour.
Yeah, that was on Cascade. Yeah. Okay. So it seems to me that the reason I bring that up is because my perception is, and I don't live on Cascade either, and I wasn't on the council at the time that this started, but that there was a concern on Cascade about the speeds being too high and people trying to get traffic to slow down. And so I'm not justifying anything. I don't really want to argue or talk about how this happened, what it cost, or anything. I'm really only concerned right now with public safety. I want to know what to do about it. So if we can try to focus on that, but I'm just saying it seems like where it all started was the speeds were too high. And I bring that up because if we go back to the original configuration, that might end up being the situation again. That's why I bring it up.
I think I just want to say one thing. I think I was the only one on the council at the time. I think Stephanie was seated after. And so I was the only one, and I was the mayor at the time, and I knew nothing about it. There wasn't, I remember maybe a year before, there were some folks calling in, not a lot, about concerns about Cascade Drive. And there was never, I think it was more anecdotal. And at the time, Renee got involved, and then later she was asked to recuse because she lives on Cascade Drive. John Reed got involved at one point, but there was never a big outcry about the speeds on Cascade Drive since I've been on the council, except for I remember maybe a year before or a year and a half before, there were a few people calling in with concerns. So that may very well be the case, but that's my recollection. And I think there was maybe more involvement of Renee talking to some of her neighbors. But I think you wanted to allow Frank to add something very briefly.
Okay. Michelle, if you'd bring Frank in really quickly.
Sure. Frank, you're unmuted.
Yes, thank you, Frank Edgar again. Actually, it was Renee who was helping the community out here in the Cascades to post the signs 22 miles per hour stress limit. They were posted on private property. They were posted on telephone poles, and it actually slowed the traffic down. It actually worked, and people were abiding by it. In fact, when you look at the accident statistics between Meadowway and 155 Cascade, just where it hits the flats, there were almost no accidents. The few accidents were people hitting objects or DUI. So those 22-mile-per-hour stress limit signs actually worked. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Okay. Somebody tell us what to do.
I have, so I was assigned this, I think my first meeting. And so I have the longest tenure on this project subsequent to the first design going in. And I can't tell you how much thinking I've done on this and talking to people I've done on this. I do have a question or a suggestion. Because I do think that speeding is an issue, and the 15 miles an hour is something that we really want to hang on to. And so we had a little bit of dialogue about, you know, Barbara was asking what would be required of us. So if we were to go back to, if we were to wipe out any of the changes and go back to the original center line, no fog lines, and maintain the 15, and keep the 15 mile an hour signage, and do a traffic survey whenever it is required. I'm just wondering, you know, and if we had enforcement, because that's something that I'm not sure we had enough of at any point in time. So if we asked, you know, of our police department to really enforce the 15, at a point in time downstream, whenever it is required that you have to substantiate the 85%, is that feasible? Can we maintain the 15 mile an hour, go back to the original design, and whenever it is you're required to do the survey, say, hey, we're still meeting the whatever the California whatever code is for maintaining this 15.
But it sounds like,
Oh, go ahead, Jan.
it just sounds from what I've understood through this conversation, the police wouldn't be able to actually enforce 15 if we do change the character of that roadway back to whatever it was before without doing a traffic survey quicker than whatever the every 5 years or whatever David Parisi had mentioned.
I think he mentioned 3 years.
So
Stephanie, I like where you're going with this. And I want to say I'm responsible for asking you to be on that subject.
Yes, you were.
I could have thought as a new council member coming in without a bias.
Yeah.
That would, I realize it's been very difficult, and I appreciate all the hours you put into it. I've talked to a lot of folks on Cascade from the very beginning. People were calling me really upset, and I didn't know anything about it. And I think I think our town manager, I just want to defend Garrett here with, he tried to do the best he could with the survey results. I don't think he biased those in any way. And I appreciate him trying to sort through the survey results and give us the feedback. So thank you, Garrett. I know someone made a comment that thought you'd biased them. I may not agree with your interpretations of all those, but it's subject to interpretation. I'd like us to bite the bullet and make a decision. I think we have kicked this can down the road way too long. And I want to say that I'm the one who asked Chief Morin to weigh in on this specifically because he hadn't been asked. And I also want to add that one of the firefighters, now I know the Chief Weber was asked what he felt about it, and he didn't have concerns about the change in the road. But one of the firefighters called me and said, "What the heck happened on Cascade Drive? What was that? We didn't know about that." And at least he didn't like it. So, and that's one firefighter. I don't know how many others he talked to, and that's Ross Valley. But one of the things I heard tonight from Mina in particular was that she had a lot of concerns that people, you know, I have to be honest, I never knew about fog lines before this. Just like when I worked at the Air District, I never really knew about boilers, and I became a boiler expert. I can't say I'm a fog line expert, and I really don't understand them. So if me as a person who's relatively intelligent doesn't have any idea what those things mean, I would suspect that most people who are much more intelligent than me, who are not traffic people, don't actually understand what those white lines mean. And so I heard Nina talk about, you know, people putting garbage cans out there, which I think garbage cans can happen without fog lines, but people parking there, you know, they're just thinking they've got more room to do stuff. And that worries me. I also heard one of the things everyone reminded me of, and Mark Bell reminded me of, was a double yellow line means you can't cross on a curve. That road's pretty darn curvy. And Frank talking about having Renee coming down on her bike and somebody crossing the dash line, which they're allowed to do to avoid hitting Renee, and he had to slam on the brakes. I'd really like us to say there are certain things that some people like about the current configuration. There are certain things that people like about the no line. But I think I've heard more people say, please go back to the way it was, remove the fog lines. I think we've got the every 3-year idea of doing the traffic survey. I think some of the folks that Frank mentioned, and Bruce, you have a good memory about those 22-hour stress or 22-mile-per-hour stress-free little signs that people put out. And people put out those signs with the picture of the kid and the dog, you know, with a little flag. I'd really like us just to go back and let people go back to the way things were. I don't think we're going to have a perfect answer, and I'm afraid that we're going to say, let's tweak this a little more and let's continue this process on and on. So I've had a lot of folks reach out to me, and I know there were really good intentions with this, and some people do like it, but a lot of folks don't. So I say, let's go back to those double yellow lines, remove the fog lines, which I think are probably confusing people, and then do the traffic survey in the 3 years when we have to do it.
You're saying keep the 15? Are you saying keep it at 15?
I think for now we keep it at 15, and I, you know, I don't want to say that I'm a big speeder, but I have sat through several traffic court incidents, and I've seen like nobody with an attorney. So I was interested to hear that Steve Wasserman represented people, and you know, some of those tickets are pretty expensive, so I suppose hiring an attorney would be good, but usually you represent yourself. So I say we try it. Let's go back to the way we were, leave the 15 miles per hour for now, do that survey in a couple of years when we have to, and let's let people go back to their original lives. Garrett, you had your hand up.
Garrett?
I'm just trying to clarify some things. So the 15, as David Parisi indicated, you could put 15 as advisory, but having 15 posted, it's not, PD's not going to have that enforceable if you go back to other configuration, because they just won't be able to do that because they know there's nothing to support that. So you can keep 15 and call it advisory.
Okay.
So you could do that. Now,
What does advisory mean in terms of signage?
It
Do
means
you
it
mean
says
an
15 and it
advisory,
says
you mean the
advisory on
yellow
it.
signs?
Pardon me?
You're saying the yellow signs, that's the advisory.
Right. You could change them so they're advisory speeds.
Yeah.
I think that's a nice middle ground.
So one other clarification is the whole project added fog lines along the whole stretch. So you're talking about adding back in a double yellow line in the curved and the segments connecting the curves that would match up, and as needed, we would remove those white fog lines, but you're not talking about moving the fog lines in the flat area because that didn't change lane configuration, but it did set up kind of where people can park.
So were those there before?
No. In the flat areas, like when you come by Doc Edgar Park and you go up, we added white fog lines that makes it feel with the idea, and David Parisi can comment on this, that makes it feel for people driving that they may slow down, but that's where the cars park. So it doesn't have any practical effect on the vehicles, but I want to make clear you're not saying remove every fog line, because I don't think it's necessary there, but I think you should ask the traffic engineer and ask when he reconfigures, puts the double yellow center line back to where it needs to be in those curved sections. Does there any match up to where the yellow line is right now for the areas outside of that? So that's what I would think you just need to confirm with the traffic engineer right now, that that's how it works.
I guess I don't understand the recommendation of like excluding that section from going back to the original configuration.
I guess I think I'm understanding it, that on the straight stretch, that the road is wide enough that there's plenty of room to put the fog lines, and that they sort of make sense because they delineate where the parking area is versus where the driving area is. But there's plenty of road width there. There's no curves you can see, and so why not leave those fog lines?
Right. It doesn't have that's what I'm saying. It doesn't have a practical, it's fine. I think it's fine where it is. It doesn't have a practical effect to cars not having a lane wide enough. It may have a practical effect to make drivers slow down because they think the lane's more narrow than it really is. And that's where the car's parked. That part we never received any complaints on regarding that.
Complaints
But,
about that part.
but I wanted to make it clear, depending on what you do, that you have the traffic engineer, either Andrew or David Parisi, just comment to make sure we understand exactly what you want, because they're going to need to draw it up.
Well, let's do that, but I think Councilmember Catano is raising his hand.
Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, I haven't commented yet, but there's something that I'm confused about or concerned about. So I just want to get a couple things clarified as I've heard them tonight and through these surveys and speaking with people that live on Cascade. So sounds like folks really like the signage. Sounds like people are feeling unsafe about the narrower roads, which, to Mayor Ackerman's point much earlier in this conversation, is sort of the point about traffic calming. You want things to feel less like you can just drive 20, 25 plus miles an hour. You want a certain degree of alertness when you're driving in a place like Cascade. So just to clarify that, because I thought that was super helpful up at the start, and I just wanted to bring that back. The other thing that sounded pretty clear is, I mean, the fog lanes make sense to me, Barbara, as far as if you're trying to use a tool or create a visual signal to create that narrower lane to make folks more alert and slow down, like that's the tool in my mind. And Mr. Parisi could correct me if that's the reason why that's used the way it is. But it sounds like across the board that folks are really concerned, not necessarily about the fog lanes themselves, but they're concerned about folks using those fog lanes as like an extension of their own thing. So parking in it or putting trash cans in it. And I guess that's why the staff recommendation was to put signage and hopefully enforce that sort of thing. So that seemed to be like, those are a couple things that appeared to be overwhelming, is like the concern about the narrowness, as well as support for the signage and just the problem of how the fog lines are currently being used were big things. And I'm kind of worried about going back to how things originally were. I guess I'm wondering, like, for the folks like Steve who are talking about walking down the street or with their kids or bicyclists, like, are we just deciding to revert to like privileged vehicles and just say sorry about trying to make this a more complete street or make this a safer street? I guess I'm trying to figure that out. Like, where does that leave those stakeholders in this process?
And where does it leave the stakeholders who say they feel it's more dangerous to be on that road? I heard that from Jeff. I heard that from Janet Fitzgerald. I heard that from Frank Edgar, Deb Benson, Mina, Mark Bell, who doesn't live there. But, you know, there is that. And I think just a reminder that David Parisi told us that if you take out the striped center line and replace it with the double yellow line, you can't have fog lines, with the possible exception of the area that Garrett's talking about. So there, you know, there's a lot of stakeholders here.
But I guess the point is, if there are folks that are feeling unsafe, it's the distinction between, like, it's hard for me to get a good gauge on, like, are you feeling unsafe because you don't rule the road, or because you have to share it, or are you feeling unsafe because that's literally the design of traffic calming, is to make you more alert as you're using a roadway and trying to share it with other users? Like, that's what I'm kind of confused. And maybe David Parisi could clarify, like, well, you know, in other cases where you do traffic calming, is that something that people feel like that there's just a certain degree of less safety as a single occupancy vehicle or like an oversized vehicle user?
Well, I just want to add something, and then I think you made a good case. Is just remember what the firefighter said to me is, what is this? Why are we doing this? We don't like it. And that Chief Moran said it was unsafe. So it may not just be a matter of ruling the road or feeling like you know, my car needs to be here versus this. So anyway, maybe we should hear from David Parisi on your questions and the one clarification that Garrett asked for.
Sure. Am I online? I can't tell.
You are, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank
All
you.
the questions.
Okay, so great conversation. Obviously, there's no perfect solution for the street. It is complicated. To Garrett's point about the flat area, you know, that's a double yellow line. There's plenty of room for cars to go in each direction, retaining the edge line. So I would keep it the way it is down there. If the curved area up to the west was to be restored to where it was, we're very confident speeds would increase. There's a reason that the regulatory signs before were 25 miles an hour. If yellow signs that were installed, those are advisory signs. So those are not enforceable, but they're usually used along curves and whatnot to advise people to go a certain speed. A speaker earlier said that, for instance, Camino Alto or Corte Madera Avenue is at 15 miles an hour. That's incorrect. That roadway is actually at 25, and drivers are going over 25 miles an hour on that street. There are a few locations where there are yellow 15-mile-an-hour signs. Something that's important in speed zoning is that we can't arbitrarily put a sign up and say 15 miles an hour if it's not justified based on a study, because some people, a regulatory sign, black letters on a white sign, may actually go 15, but others know better. And then you get a big disparity in speeds. And that's called a pace speed. And if you get a big disparity in speeds, that creates a less safe condition. And that's why it's very important that when you're posting regulatory speed limit signs, they are based on a survey of the current conditions of the street. And then last but not least, Councilmember Catrano asked about, is it that dichotomy when people are feeling less safe, do they go slower? Yes, they do. They're more careful. And that's part of the whole philosophy of traffic calming. So I don't know if those points help. I took a lot of notes. Or if there's any other questions, I just want to let you know that, as a registered traffic engineer, we cannot develop speed surveys or promote those if they don't pertain to the current conditions of the roadway. And that's important for our, in our line of work.
Yeah. Did you have something to say, Garrett?
Yeah, I thought maybe it would be helpful if David commented a little bit on the whole purpose of why we did this in the first place was trying to do traffic calming in order to reduce the speeds so that when people are walking or biking, they feel safer. And the fog lines were supposed to provide a safe haven for people while they're walking, and they could always jump off the side of the road. Without the safe haven, then you're actually in the lane of travel, and then you got to get out of the lane of travel off to the shoulder.
Yeah.
But think to be clear is we've explored lots of things, obviously, with the traffic calming. I'm not sure if there's anything else that could be done at that level. So it would be clear if you restored it, then that would in essence be it, other than some signage. But I thought it'd be helpful if he could just share his thoughts before.
Yeah, my recollection is, a few years ago we were asked, and it's true, as part of the Safe Routes to School movement, see what we could do to try to reduce the speeds, because there was prevailing high speeds. The speed limit was set at 25 miles an hour. And it's true that there was some handmade signs or something about Cascade bringing it to 22 miles an hour, because there was a realization that some drivers were going faster than people felt comfortable with. So we looked at the entire street and ruled out many traffic calming tools, such as speed humps or doing other things like that. Narrowing lanes is a proven, just with paint, with stripes, is a proven technique to reduce speeds. The idea of the edge line or shoulder line is that where there are no sidewalks present, pedestrians and cyclists and whatnot are legally allowed to use those when necessary to travel in those areas. So that was we carefully laid out to see how, as a recommendation. Certainly we believe the speeds came down quite a bit with that technique. But of course, it's a change. It's a narrow road. And I think my understanding is, particularly folks who live on either side of the street, there's definitely an inconvenience, and it's a change. And people just, going slower have to be more careful as well. So don't know what more I can say about it. We do lots of traffic calming work throughout the Bay Area, and the techniques that were deployed here are very similar to what is used in other locations. And it's there's no silver bullet for Cascade, unfortunately.
David, how frequently do you get a lot of complaints like we've gotten here when you use lane narrowing as a traffic calming measure?
In traffic engineering, we get complaints all the time, because anytime there's a change, it's very difficult. And especially, as some speakers have said, there was a yellow center line there for decades and decades, right? And they've been used to that. So it kind of depends on the context and the situation. We designed Miller Avenue and in Mill Valley as a new complete street, and there was a lot of protests. People are, my understanding, really enjoying that roadway now. We've worked on other local streets where we've implemented refuge islands or ways where cars have to meander a little bit more, most recently on South Alicio and Larkspur, also on Bolinas Avenue between Ross and San Anselmo. Change, you know, we've got thick skin because we realize that anytime we're making these changes, which we carefully look at, you know, there are people who are not comfortable, who have to change their driving patterns or their behaviors. So it's just part of the whole traffic calming. It's what we expect, Mayor. So, you know, these things occur. We do our best.
Thanks for saying that. Yeah, and I'll just add that I think there might be, and then I definitely see your hand, Chance, and would love to hear what you're saying. But I would just add that there's another thing that's just sort of a psychological twist to this, which is, and we've heard apologies for this, we don't have to go through it again, but it is a known fact that the first change that was made in this wasn't noticed as well as it should have been. And people, as we heard tonight, are still steaming about that. Mark Bell, who doesn't even live on the road, is steaming about it. And so that, just as a psychological thing, that can cause people possibly to still feel like the change wasn't the right change because it, you know, angered them when it first happened in the first place. So it's hard to, I'm not trying to put anybody down or anything. I'm just saying it's really hard to separate out these different effects and figure out what's really going on and what might work. Chance?
Yeah, I just, while we have David answering some questions here, I just really wanted to bring it back to Councilmember Kohler's comment, which was, I think, brought up by Mark Bell, which I'm curious about, is double yellow lines around curves. So it's like you can't go over that when you're on a curve. What are your thoughts about that, David, and why is that or isn't that deployed in this particular circumstance?
Well, as I mentioned the last time we were before the council, and there was a request to put yellow lines in under the new configuration, I made the point that if we do that, we needed to have a broken single yellow line, because on occasion there are vehicles that are oversized on Cascade, and they would cross that line. So knowing that, we recommended that if a yellow line was to go in, it'd have to be a broken yellow, because you are allowed to cross those if you're an oversized vehicle. That's totally legal. It's okay, as long as you're careful, right? But, you know, double yellow line, you're not allowed to cross to pass another vehicle in the same direction.
Mm-hmm.
Or, yeah, exactly.
So this is not the first time we've discussed this at council, and there's a lot of feedback from the community that still really resonates with me, including, you know, mothers and children that say, you know, they feel safe riding their bikes in that fog lane, and that's a concern to me because it's a false sense of security, you know. And I think we're ready to, I'm ready to make a decision on this. I think we should go back to the original design.
And so I want to say it's been not quite a year and a half. And it's true what you say, Bruce, that maybe some people are very upset. It wasn't that it wasn't noticed that well. It wasn't noticed. And, you know, we don't need to rehash that. But I think now it's almost a year and a half. There have been people that have been patiently waiting. And I agree with Stephanie that, I'm sorry, my cat's pulling the papers all over, that people have a false sense of security with those fog lines. And I'm glad that others understand the fog lines. I really don't. And I might think I could park there, put my garbage there or whatever. So I would like us, I completely support Stephanie, who's been the longest on this project. since she took the mantle of being part of the subcommittee. And I think it's time to go back. I like the idea of the advisory 15-mile-per-hour signs. Maybe some people won't pay attention to those, but maybe others will. I also, to me, it would be cleaner just to go back and get rid of fog lines, period. But since David says that in the flat areas, there's plenty of room, potentially we leave those. But I think it's time to move forward, let people, go back to the way most people are used to live on the Cascades. We were not going to please everybody on this, and there is no middle ground, but I think the 15 mile-per-hour advisory signs will be helpful. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you. And thank you, Stephanie, for working on this so diligently.
Thank you.
So Chance, you brought up, I think, a really important point about, are we only talking at this moment? We've heard only tonight. We've heard other things from other nights, but tonight we seem to have only heard from people who are driving cars. We haven't heard from bicyclists or pedestrians this evening. So you brought up the question of, what if we go back to the old configuration, are we creating a less safe condition for pedestrians? And I believe that Stephanie said she thought that the fog lines were a false sense of security for pedestrians and bicyclists. So she's not worried about that.
I wouldn't say I'm not.
We're all worried.
Universal win here. There's really no. This is a no-win situation, right? And I think bikers are obviously a stakeholder here. I think that's likely one of the key drivers that
started this
Renee and John. That was. A set of feedback that was driving at this. I don't know that to be true, but I suspect as much. And I would be open to hearing from, Marin Bicycle Coalition and Parisi on, to me, it would need to be signage, or I just think we need to close this out. I'm not feeling like further iteration is going to resolve. It's going to resolve this. I really don't. And I think the fog lanes have created more problems, and like I said, created this false sense of security, and it's created parking problems and the garbage, and there's not a lot of enforcement we can do on some of that stuff. So
they've slowed the traffic down.
Pardon me?
But they've slowed the traffic down. The new configuration has, in reality, and then therefore in terms of regulation, both, it slowed the traffic down.
Well, so I'm hoping that we can maintain that speed with signage.
With advisory signage.
Yeah.
And maybe
we won't really know unless we have a survey, right? So, or unless there's a traffic survey, right? We wouldn't know.
Yeah. Well, what I'm hearing is that we aren't going to be able to enforce a 15-mile-an-hour limit, and we're not allowed to put up white signs that say 15 miles per hour speed limit, because you're not allowed to do that if that's not really what the prevailing speed is. But we can put up advisory signs, the yellow signs that, like you see on a curvy country road, you see a sign that says 15 miles an hour or something as you're going into a curve. It's not enforceable, but it's telling you, hey, this is a tight curve, you better slow down. So we can use them. We're allowed to use them from what I'm hearing. And then, of course, neighbors, if they would like to, Renee could go back to her old tricks and put up handmade signs that aren't official, that say, please slow down. People do that in a lot of neighborhoods, that's kind of, as a town, that's kind of abdicating our responsibility to say, well, maybe the neighbors can get the cars to slow down. I just keep going back to the fact that that's where this whole thing started, was the neighbors wanted the traffic to slow down and they couldn't get it to happen. And it sounds like Safe Routes to Schools got involved on a more official level and said, what can we really do here? And that's how we got into the situation that we're in. And, you know, I agree with the frustration, and I agree with what Stephanie says, that another iteration is, I don't see, we've iterated almost everything we can do right now. But, and the survey is not helping me very much. I mean, as I look at that, I just don't see any real clear trends. And I see a small enough response rate that it's probably got very little to do with anything as far as, you know, what people have said on the survey. It's a matter of who told their neighbors about the survey more than anything else with that smaller response rate, smaller than the last survey we had. So it's just sort of all over the map. I don't know what to do about it. And we've got a proposal on the table, go back to the way it was. I can't argue against that, except for the fact that the speed is going to go up. And we can do some things to try to keep it down, but that's where they were before. They were already trying to keep it down.
Yeah,
But we didn't have, sorry, Chance, we didn't have did we have advisory signs back then?
We didn't have advisory signs back then that I know.
No, so it's not a true going back to the way it was.
That would be something else, yeah.
I was just going to comment and add, I just don't feel like I can, in good conscience, make a vote that will make the street overall less safe for everybody. Maybe safer for people in big vehicles, but less safe for everybody. And I also don't know if the logic of the fog lane being not really a safe thing, and like the sense of security there. I mean, that argument could be made for like any bike lane anywhere, right? Like, but they still exist and people use them, and like there's still visual designations for where pedestrians and people walking their kids and people on bicycles go versus cars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the idea of complete streets. Yeah, you actually pay attention to that stuff. You don't just leave people out there on their own. Yeah. Well,
y'all could put it to a vote.
That's what we could do.
Well, why don't I make a motion and we'll see where it goes. We can always try. So I would make a motion to go back to the double yellow line and posting 50-mile-per-hour advisory signs. And my motion would also include removing all the fog lines with the exception of the totally flat area where our traffic engineer says there's plenty of room. So only in the flat area, but replacing the double yellow line throughout.
I second the motion.
Okay, Michelle. I'm afraid this may not be easy. Michelle, would you take the?
Yes. Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Councilmember Cutrano.
No, sorry.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
That's what I was afraid of. And without Renee, we've got 4 people. So I'm in the hot seat. If I vote with Chance, which is my inclination, but I don't have a better option, then we haven't taken, I mean, that just means we have to discuss it again. We aren't kicked out of the room like we were the last time that happened. But I agree with Chance. It's just really hard for me in good conscience. I know the speed's going to go back up, and I know, well, I don't know it because, as we said, we haven't put the advisory signs up. But how likely is it we're ever going to try this again? Essentially, if that doesn't work, then we just raise the speed and we're stuck.
But Bruce, we didn't have if I may, we didn't have, there's no data that substantiated the original design change. No data.
You mean no data as far as the speed survey before the change?
That's right.
Right.
So it was community working with Renee and John saying, will you please do this? Right. So there was no data to support this that I've seen, and it's all hearsay.
Right. But
so I'm not done. Not done. And so what we could do is solicit support from the Marin Biking Coalition and put up signage about safety. And we could do more, I think, creative safety signage on that street. Yeah. But you yourself is saying there's really not much more options on iterating. I mean, how much do you want to keep meeting with the community on this and keep hearing from the emails? And I mean, how many more hours are we going to spend on this?
Going back to the way it was, but with that caveat that we really do everything we can with signage. So there'll be advisory signs. There'll also be everything we can do, like kids playing, share the road, whatever, to really, really, really try to slow the speed down. That's what we've got to do, because I think David Parisi just told us, even though I'm well aware that we don't have that data, but David told us, and he's pretty experienced, the speed will go up just because the lanes are wider. That's just
okay. So did you want to offer that as additional direction to staff with the motion and then vote?
Okay, we can do another motion, but it's pretty simple.
No, it's the same motion with those friendly amendments that really are direction to staff to do as much as we can.
Yeah, the real focus here has to be, we can leave it as it is on the straight, but we go back to the double yellow line and no fog lines on the curved part as it was, but that we really have to do, we should use advisory signs, and we should also use every other means at our disposal to slow traffic down. Garrett?
You don't need to amend your motion for that. I think what I would say is we would rely on the traffic engineer and his professional opinion what signage would be appropriate to accomplish what you want. Because you got to be a little careful when you fire 10 different signs and kids playing whatever. It just it's just more signs. No one pays attention.
I like that. Let's just say that the direction to staff is to work and with the traffic engineer as necessary to do everything we can to slow it down. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine. I think all you have to do really is just, I think you voted. Did you vote yes on the motion? Okay.
Okay.
So we had 3 yeses?
3 yeses, yeah.
There were 3 yeses and 1 no. The motion passes.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay. They all take longer than we think they're going to, but I thought that one was going to take a while. All right, we have 8 and 9, but 9 pretty much is done, the oral status date. So 8 is the lower part of the mono parking lot. Hi, Renee, you're still awake.
Yes, that was riveting.
I imagine. I can't wait to hear what you think about it someday when we're not on the council and we can talk freely. Renee, you said that this was really important to you that we do this tonight. Do we have the stamina to do it? I'm willing to stick with it.
Yeah, I think it's important. So
go ahead.
Staff report.
Okay, let's go for it.
Just know it's 1:15 my time.
I'm sorry, Stephanie.
Mayor?
Yep, we hung in there for a lot of things, but this would be much
You have your 11:30 rule.
Thank you. That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
So you have to take action that the one you're talking about an item.
I'll make a motion that we continue on with item 8. And I don't think we need to do 9 because we already got the report.
I think we've got 9. Yeah.
So I'm just making a motion that we go on and do number 8, and number 9 we don't need to continue because it's already handled.
I don't know if I agree that 9 is handled.
Okay, so do you
In
want to
5 minutes, it could be. We know that it's just an oral report. Well, I guess we have to take public comment if we're going to do it. Continue 9.
Okay, let's go ahead and try to do 8 and 9, but let's do 8 now.
Okay.
My motion.
Okay.
And are you waiving the 11:30 rule?
And waiving the 11:30 rule, please.
We have a second.
Second.
Okay. Renee,
Yes.
Chance,
Yep.
Barbara,
Yes.
Stephanie.
Yes.
All right, we're doing it. Five votes. So Garrett, staff report on number 8, please.
Sure. Item number 8 has to do with considering expanding the closure of the lower portion of the Mono parking lot from 5 days a week to up to 7 days a week. And obviously, if you do that, authorizing staff to do so. So you may recall November of last year, you authorized staff to close the Mono parking lot from Wednesday through Sunday. And we had the ability to close it Monday and Tuesday for special events. So now we're at the point, unfortunately, given the mild winter weather, Councilmember Goddard and the chamber are suggesting that perhaps we consider closing the lot from 5 days a week to 7 days a week. And the thought pattern there is if we can figure out a mechanism for the setup on Monday and Tuesdays, then that would work fine. It'd be available as the businesses are all coming back from shelter in place. There's outdoor dining. There might be maybe move to limited indoor, but reality is still lots of takeout, still need lots of places for people to sit outside. Just to point out that we wouldn't close Monday and Tuesday if we did not set up a mechanism for setting up the tables and chairs and so on. I threw in something in the staff report. The scenario exists that maybe the lot's open Monday, but we close it on Tuesday. But the reality is one authority for the 7 days a week once we have a structure, because we just didn't want to come back to council if for some reason we have it set up. Otherwise, then we got to come back to council at another meeting, and that would just delay setting this whole process up. I mean, that's pretty much a staff report. Councilmember Goddard might want to offer comments if she likes. Otherwise, I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think you covered that well, Garrett. I would add that what's become a entirely volunteer effort to set up and to take down and put up barricades and make sure that people understand where the parking is blocked in order to do the 3-point turn at the end of the lot. That has to be sort of manually handled by a small group of volunteers multiple times. So it would be great, and we would appreciate the flexibility to be able to at least leave those barricades in place, not have a problem with people parking where they're not supposed to park, and have the flexibility to do that. As Garrett said, just as long as the folks from the Gestalt House, and we have a great crew over there now, are able to continue to maintain it. So yes, it would handle an inefficient situation and make it much more manageable.
Oh,
Question. Can't see. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, Stephanie.
So I just want to congratulate you guys on the success of this. I was there a couple weekends ago and we had a really nice time when the weather was nice. My question is communication. Has there been any notice to the merchants and the restaurants about this, the potential that this might be going to 7 days a week?
I don't know if David Smadback has actually sent out a direct communications to all of the merchants. He keeps them pretty in the loop. So at this point, I think they still are under the impression that it's 5.
Okay, because as things are opening up now with the restaurants are going to be going to 25% indoor. I guess I'm not comfortable voting on this at, 12:20 in the
Well,
morning.
it is the case, though, that what we have before us tonight is only an authorization, and the actual change to 7 days a week would only be if conditions allowed, right? As the staff report says. So
Yeah, and I'll also add just one thing about our restaurants downtown is generally, and things may change because people want to be open as much as possible, but generally Monday and Tuesday nights, at least half to 3/4 of our restaurants are closed, at least Monday night. So we don't have a great amount of downtown traffic and parking needs on the Monday, Tuesday night as others. But as Bruce said, it's a good point. We're just actually asking for the flexibility. If it comes with the caveat that David send a communication out to before it's implemented, then
I don't, I guess I don't, what are we saying? So we're saying if the conditions are met, we are doing this. So essentially.
Well, I'm not the one saying it, so don't take those words.
I mean,
yeah, I think the recommendation is if we can structure, if we come up with a system for putting out the tables and chairs on Monday and Tuesday, setting them up and breaking them down, then we're going to move forward with closing the lot. The caveat can be, if we decide it's not used very much Monday and Tuesday, maybe we stop doing that. But I think we want the authority to be able to have that ability.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
So I got a call from Mike Giorgelli, Paul Fratellizio, Ed Bocci, who had concerns about this. And I think the chamber has done a great job. And I know Renee and Chance have spent many hours setting those tables up. So I'm not sure that the chamber sending out things to the businesses is the total answer, because a lot of folks are not in the chamber. So if we gave the authorization tonight to allow that, can I just ask, is it possible, because of the idea of the setting up, that we could find a way to just lock the stuff at the bottom of the lot on the side in case we get a lot of resistance to closing the bottom of that lot, particularly now with businesses opening up? So there still would be a need to set up, but you wouldn't have to move them all over the place. I'm a little worried that we are doing this kind of late, and I know Mike said he couldn't call in late, and Paul and Ed somehow don't have computers. I don't understand that, but I guess they don't. So I'm just wondering what we do to make sure, because things are going to be opening up maybe in the next few months, that we're not limiting the parking for some of the businesses who want to use that parking. So how do we kind of do that? I mean,
I understand. I guess my only pushback here is that we're already doing it on the busy nights downtown. Those would be the busy nights, and the need for parking would be greater. Monday and Tuesday night is, if you go downtown on a Monday, Tuesday night, you will see that it is almost empty, even in the best of times. So if I was all of a sudden asking tonight, hey, we need to do Friday and Saturday, whereas before we weren't doing Friday and Saturday, then there would be a real need to have some more input. But at this point, for the Monday, Tuesday, as I said, it's about efficiency. It's about making better and the best use of our volunteers and the amount of energy that we have. And if you look at the community input, and I understand the importance of our businesses, and those are three very longstanding businesses in our community. But if you talk to the community and you look at actually what the results are of having those people there, it's pretty amazing. I wish I had some data, but it is late for me to call that up. But I think if we could do it, it would just make it so that it would save a lot of work, is what it would do.
That's
All right.
really helpful. That's what the point is. It's just that efficiency.
I appreciate your answer, Renee, and I know you worked really hard on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I don't know, but thank you for saying that.
I'm just feeling like we just took away, 3 spots with the skate park, so I'm sensitive to that, right? And so I just want to be mindful of, like I said, but I agree with you, Renee. Those are, I mean, it's somewhat of a moot point because those are really slow nights from a commerce standpoint for the restaurants. So,
So I think I'd like to go to public comment if anybody,
Okay.
if no one has any further questions, we're getting into discussion again.
Yeah, sorry.
Well,
Okay, if anyone from the public wants to raise their hand and make a comment,
perhaps, oh, we have one.
have one. Beth Vertical, I have unmuted you.
Hey, well, I'm just really impressed that you're here this late. So, and also every night I'm starting to hang out every time now, and you guys are awesome. That council getting voted for things in the evening was insane. You're amazing. Just, I'm a cyclist, I'm a walker, and I'm hearing a lot of deference to cars wanting to travel at speed and parking and all that. And I think if we're, climate action conscious, if we're going to try and steer this town toward less emissions, maybe it's about starting to think about how to get people downtown without their cars and start giving a more street space to people to just hang out. So I know that's not on the agenda item for now, but just, going big picture, thinking about the future, I'm not seeing conserving every parking space for possible repercussions is really the direction we need to go as a town. So that's all. Have a good night. And thanks so much for all your service.
All right. Good night, Beth.
Is there anybody else who wants to raise their hand? I
Okay.
think not. If you want to close it.
We'll bring it back to council, close public comment. So are we ready for a motion or do we need to discuss it further?
I'm ready to make a motion if a motion is indeed needed.
I'd love to hear one.
Okay, so I would move that we expand the closure of the lower portion of the mono parking lot from up to 5 days per week to up to 7 days per week and authorize staff to do so as appropriate. And I think it's appropriate.
Second.
Okay. And I'll take the roll. Barbara? You're muted. Oh. Now you're muted again.
I said yes.
Okay. All right.
Please.
Chance.
Yes.
Renee.
Yes.
Stephanie.
Yes.
And myself, yes. Okay, that was that agenda item. Okay. What did we decide on number 9? Do we want to hear just a couple more minutes of a oral status report or?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so number 9 is giving you an update on my discussion with the Parks and Rec Commission regarding the study on finding a permanent location for a skate park. So they couldn't meet on February 8th they didn't have a quorum due to they and last second illness. So they met just this past Tuesday. What was that? I guess that was just yesterday on the 16th. I talked to them. They only had 3, so we're missing 2 members. What I indicated to them that the council really wanted them to work with the petition representatives regarding finding a permanent location for a permanent skate park. I indicated to them that we would like them, and I could give them the list, but identify town-owned properties. They talk about some private locations, evaluate the advantages, disadvantages of each site, the challenges, the issues, come up with a public outreach strategy to get the neighborhood and community input, and develop cost estimates, fundraising strategies, and so on. Given all that, they did indicate that they believe it's quite feasible for them to come back to the council with a report in July for your consideration. There may be some times that they'll come back to the council before then for periodic reports, or if they actually need policy direction on some issues. So they're ready to go. I'm going to give them a list of town-owned properties. They're ready to start working with the group. Probably their first meeting in March is when they'll work it all out, because part of the problem is there's only 3 of them. So they'd like to have all 5 commissioners to start talking about this. But I'll be getting them information that they'll need this month for their meeting in March. And then probably the only other thing is to make sure I'll give them information on the group's representatives so that they can work with them to identify the sites and work together on the report. But that's pretty much the staff report.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if there are any questions, but we should probably go to public comment, even though this isn't an action item. So I'll do that. Michelle, do we have anyone wishing to comment on this?
I don't see any hands raised. Anyone from the public who wants to comment?
Nor do I. Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Any further comments on that? It's not an action item. Thank you, Garrett, for the report and for the work on that. Okay, I believe that it is time for adjournment, and we'll adjourn in memory of Arlene Spencer. Thank you.
Thank you.